welcome in, everyone. Sorry, I was all ready and I was like looking around the room, you know, checking all the stuff, and then I was like, oh crap, I forgot to turn on the lamp over there. But welcome in and congratulations on Alex to getting first and Kittens to getting second. And I saw Dress Up Code playing the Pokey already, so welcome in, guys. We have a little bit more time today because I had planned on being on from like 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock with Carrot, but Carrot had to cancel his streams, which is a-okay, but I figured I had already prepped myself to be on a long time, so we might as well do it. And then I just took care of a quick couple little things in the morning. That's why I didn't get on till 9:30. But oh, the Brick Bonds! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. We are just getting started. We're gonna do this and then work on some crochet. And you can see my little peen army in front of my keyboard that I worked on yesterday. But we're gonna do this. Ugh. If I can get it to open. I got this during Black Friday from Amazon because they had it on sale, so I doubt it'll be paper bags, but Kittens reached a 3-stream streak. Welcome and thank you so much. Ooh, the wings I thought would be like, I don't know, less fabric-y, but they are definitely like fabric. You know, because like the ones for the flying machine were like more starched, I guess is the word I'm looking for. They weren't as flexible, like they had more structure to them. But these are our Thestral wings. No, I totally understand. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. I'm usually the one raiding and running, so I completely understand. I appreciate you bringing your people to me. We are, I don't know, always a chaotic mess, like never really organized. Normally I set my bags off to the side, but I have all my crochet stuff like in a pile. So we have 2 books. This little guy, the baby Thestral, is books 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, and 5 are like the adult Thestral. Yeah, I imagine that's not working out. So, originally, Fantasy wasn't supposed to go to archery practice yesterday. She was supposed to just get picked up at regular time, and then we were supposed to take her to Children's to get her MRI. And then they called, like, later Sunday evening, and we're like, hey, yeah, one of our machines went down. Can we still keep the same day, but, like, move her appointment back a little bit? And I was like, sure, whatever. So she went to archery, and then we went from archery to Children's to have her MRI. But she has that. Now, hopefully, we'll have results back like the end of the week, beginning of next week. But this is not the first time she's had an MRI, so she knew what to expect. And it was only like 30 minutes. I'm guessing this is like the base body and the legs will get attached here. But she says it's been clicking a lot. Like every time she goes to put it out, like straight out, it like clicks and feels like it's trying to come out. And Miss Mamsie is like mad at the door. She's like scratching and yelling. She really wants in, but she won't sit. She'll just get in everything. But yeah, I put a picture in the thing of my little peen army. I'm making them to give to the authors on Saturday. And they will also get put on the fourth wall eventually. But I bought this very pretty pre-caked Mandela thing. And so they like this guy, he's mostly green, but then he's got a pink butt. A pink underside. But this is so pretty. And I was trying to do it with like regular worsted weight, but like I kept getting stuck in between the because it's like 4 strands wove together, and I kept getting stuck like in the strands, and it was pissing me off. So I was like, I've got to go find something else, which I guess technically that's still 4 weight, but it's like more tightly woven. Welcome in, Kevin. We are at 80%, getting ever closer to your dreams. So we were supposed to go see Bad Flower tonight, the girl child and I, except they canceled the concert. Actually, they canceled the last 8 stops on their tour due to like health reasons. So hopefully it's nothing like too serious, and that the guys get better soon. Thank you for the I'm here, Kevin. But I figured we had a little more time today. We could do a slightly bigger set. Stay forever in the night. Riblets? I'm guessing that's what these are supposed to be. They look like riblets to me. So in the boys' health class today, they're learning about opiates. And they learned a fun fact that like Tasmania's the biggest exporter of opiates, or like the stuff to make opiates. And they thought they had crops, like they found crop circles, and they thought, aliens, but really it was wombats getting high as crap off the poppy seed in the poppy fields and hopping in circles, and there's your aliens making crop circles. It was wombats who were high. Hopefully everyone has been having a good week so far. I'm still slightly sleepy. I don't know. I started I started it last week, but I took my second dose of the of the new dose of meds yesterday. And I was like, did I not poke myself? Because usually it burns. Like, you stab yourself, and when the medicine goes in, it kind of burns. And I was like, but it didn't burn. Did I, like, not stab myself? And it was really weird. And then I felt pretty fine all day, but apparently in the middle of the night, I woke up super nauseous. And that was not fun. I even made sure I took a nausea pill before I went to bed, but apparently there was, I don't know. It just was. We need to make its tail. So this way and this way. Nope, wrong piece. It is chilly here again today. I made the joke it was like Mother Nature was looking at her reports and realized, "Oh, you missed a couple days of cold weather. Let me swing back around and make sure you get those." We have a watchdog. That doesn't look like a dog. It looks like a weasel. So we have our tail here. I did not catch that bag. That's right. So the little Thestral has like the plastic wings. So I attached all the tentacles to the jellyfish we have to do. The little jellyfish from last week and the big jellyfish. So we just need to stuff them and sew the bottoms in. And then I figured we'd work on this week's jellyfish too. And or we can save all of that for tomorrow. Either way, I don't know. Thing. But then we need to decide what other crochet person we're gonna make. Amigurumi. Oh my, I said it right. I always say it right in my head, but then when I try to say the word out loud, it gets very weird. Maybe it's because I wasn't thinking about saying it. So I put in the Discord when I made the announcement that I'll be streaming today and then tomorrow, but not Thursday, because the boy has an appointment in the morning and then parent-teacher conferences in the afternoon for the girl child. So, mothering comes first. And then next week, they're on spring break. So I'm going to stream Monday and Tuesday. I was going to stream Tuesday and Wednesday. But I have a doctor's appointment Wednesday morning, when I would have streamed before we went to go do our activity. So that's not going to work. So I'll stream Monday and Tuesday. But we'll have more time because neither of them have school, so I won't have to worry about that part. Actually, I'll stream twice on Monday, like once during the day and then once again for Book After Dark. So it's got one leg. I really love this mat, but like it makes it so hard for you guys to see, I think, without like me putting something behind it. I may have to remake it in other colors. I did not think about that when I made it. Dress Up Code, thank you for contributing. We are inching our way there. So you guys watching me, I guess it can't be any worse than when I play Satisfactory, which, you know, you see me run a lot of places because I'm a horrible driver in video games. Now we have, oop. Yeah. I was like, did I put that on right? I did. It's got 2 legs now. Yeah, I'm just so bad at it. Like I always wind up off in a ditch and I know why. It's because it's go or stop. There's no like subtle like middle ground with my driving. It's like full speed ahead. I know why it is, but it does not change how I do anything or how bad I am at it. But, you know, I suppose there's something in knowing why you're bad at it. It doesn't change anything, though. Maybe I'll just pet the Highland cows all day and use a chainsaw and cut up trees. But somebody else is gonna have to put the trees like on the truck and take them. I just do the cutting. I'll just do the cutting. I won't do the transportation part. Just be like trees down all over the place, like carrot and deforestation. Yeah, like you have to come in behind me while after I like cut all the trees down. I just saw the TV. There it is. Because I will totally drive those big ass farm trucks into a ditch and get it stuck there. I get stuck all the time in Satisfactory. I have to unbuild and rebuild my truck because it gets stuck somewhere. Yeah, like I feel like I'm going good, and then I like make like a slight turn or something. Like even going full speed, like I feel like I'm doing pretty good, and then like I'm like, oh, I have to turn, and then it's like drifting, and it never ends well. In the end, it's never, you know. But I get what you're saying about the lag and stuff. I feel like that sometimes too. Like between like me doing the movement and it like actually moving, I think there's like a you know, yeah, I mean, it's either creeping in satisfactory going, oh, I'm gonna fall off this like road we've built in the sky, or like just fishtailing. It's true. Satisfactory is not great like road wise because you have to build them all, and sometimes they're just like up in the sky, and unless you build it like four wide or something like that, there's always the possibility of like driving off of it. And then the truck just falls. The only bright side is that you're fine as long as you stay in the truck. You don't take damage, really. Welcome in, Petey! Yes, it's Happy Patty's Day. It's Happy Petey Day. I'm surprised my husband didn't want me to make corned beef and cabbage. It has four legs now. It can stand independently. You know, as long as we get the legs all like even and stuff. There we go. So I found this page. They're showing like deep sea animals, like all kinds of weird like octopuses and jellyfish, and some of them are like, "Oh, that's so cute." And others are like, "Oh, no, thank you. I don't want to run into that." It was like a giant squid, but not like the giant squid. And it had like 20-foot tentacles and things like that. And I was like, no thanks. I think I found the tentacles I don't like. Yeah, it was like, whoa. Like, no thank you. No thank you. And they were showing like all different kinds of like sharks and things like that. And I was like, oh, those are kind of cool. But yeah, some of the animals were definitely like, no thanks. Like a fish that looked like it literally had human teeth. No thanks. Okay, Alex. Good luck collecting the gremlin. Oh, it's a head. I see. And this eye glows, or this little piece here glows in the dark. So in my genius, the last time I put an order into Chewy for the kitty, she likes the little like springs, and she'll play with them by herself instead of just waiting for you to throw them and things like that. I bought her 2 packs. One pack was glow in the dark, and I thought I was a genius. And then last night, as we're trying to sleep, she found one of the glow in the dark ones, and all you hear was this all over the house as it's like sliding all over the floor and she's chasing it. Yeah, so maybe not the best ideal I've ever had. A Pokemon incoming soon. Yeah, she was having the time of her life. And Crazy, who normally sleeps through anything, was like, no! A Chatot? Is it a bird? Oh, it's a music note Pokemon. I can see that. The head does look like a music note. I don't think I've seen that one before. I feel like that's a really long neck. Oh, because we're gonna do this. That makes sense now. Now we're gonna build like a little tree thing. I watched this like documentary thing on like megalodons and how like if you saw the movie The Meg. Welcome in, G Monkey. How are you doing? Oh, I love your little. Is it a dino or a dragon? Whatever that is, I like it. Oh, it's a dino. It's very cute. I think it's a dino. I don't know. Whatever it is, I like it. Um, but yeah, I think it was in the movie The Meg or whatever. You know, they movie magic, whatever, or movie makeup. To go with the story. They talked about how like the Meg still exists underneath this like perma layer of cold in the ocean. Deeper than we've ever gone. I'm doing good. We are doing a longer stream today, but that was kind of planned. Just maybe not the way it's happening. But that's okay. Anyway, because that was kind of their story. But I watched a documentary where they're like, no, that's, not true, which I mean, it was a movie. I didn't exactly think it was true, but they were saying like even if it was true, or not so much true, but that there were still megalodons, that like there isn't enough food to feed them. Like the things they ate when they existed don't exist anymore, per se, like the same things. And like there's not really like enough food, and we would find like evidence if they did still exist, carcasses and whatnot. I don't know. It went into much more, but it was interesting. Not that I'd ever want to run into a megalodon, because could you imagine? But at the same time, I'm like, oh, that'd be so cool. I think there's a lot of things in the ocean that we have no clue about. I mean, because we have not explored a lot of the ocean. Like the deep, deep parts. I think this is supposed to be like a pumpkin or something. Right, that's what I'm like. There's enough animals in the ocean for them to survive. That's why I was like, because okay, so like I said, it was a movie. I do not think it's true by any means, but the premise in the movie was that like so far down in the ocean, you had like this cold layer, right? That like we hadn't broken through, and that the megalodons lived like underneath this super cold layer, right? And in the movie, of course, science, we're gonna go explore and do dumb shit and probably get eaten. Um, a submersive, like a little tiny submarine, broke through that cold layer, hence letting out, now making a hole that the megalodons could come out. Because one of those things, like, they don't do it because they don't realize it's the. Well, no, because, like, megalodons were the top of the food chain. They were the biggest thing in the ocean. So, like, they're saying, like, megalodons, like, the premise of the movie, right, was that megalodons and other things like them would live below that super cold frost layer in the ocean. And like they didn't leave it because they didn't realize there was more above that layer because it looked to them like a solid layer. But when the submersible broke through, it made like an opening, and that's how the megalodons came out. So like super big, huge jellyfish and squid and things live underneath there with the megalodons, but they don't know that they can go anywhere else. Like I said, premise of the movie, do I think it's true? No, but also maybe. Like it wouldn't be completely unreasonable. Um, but like, do I think there's some layer like that? Probably not. But um yeah, like I don't think the Meg is still alive, but like there's so much down there that we have no clue about. Like, because we have not explored a great portion of the ocean. Like that is super deep because of water pressure and temperature and things like that. But like the premise that, the Meg could still be alive or something bigger than a great white, closer to the Meg than the great white, like maybe that. I didn't put its wings on. Where did it say? I totally skipped that step probably. I did. Um but you know what I mean? Like so the documentary was talking about like how science says the Meg doesn't exist anymore because of things. And part of me is like, I understand what the documentary is saying, but the other part is like, at the same time, there's so much of the ocean we haven't, like, seen with our own eyes and explored that it is possible there are a great many things down there that we don't want to run into. Like krakens, like sink a ship kraken. Yeah. But like, I mean, going back, like, the Meg had not necessarily things that could were like higher on the food chain to them, but were like kind of sidestep equal to the Meg. Because there were things like the giant krakens and like huge squid that would like get in fights with it and things like that. Because, you know, they can tell some things from like skeletal remains and fossils and things like that. But like, um, you know, I don't know. The documentary was just interesting. Like some of the things I could see where they were saying from like a scientific standpoint, they're saying that no, it can't exist anymore because of this, this, and this. But at the same time, like the ocean is deep. Like there could be like remains down there like that we don't see because they never come up because like they just get eaten down to the bone and then the bone sinks. You know, or like it gets attacked and sinks down so deep that like, you know, there to me there are just reasons or possibilities I should say. You know, a whole bunch of different things. But like I could see, like I said, from a scientific standpoint, they're saying because we don't have evidence, we believe that they're not real, or not that they're not real, that they don't exist anymore. But I watch all those kind of documentary thingy things. Oh, nope. It didn't want it to go underneath. It wanted it to go like this. Like an extension, not a... I also watch a lot of crime documentaries. True murder, or... Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. Like the murder podcasts and the murder shows. Like the Ted Bundy tapes where you can like listen to the tapes of where he was interviewed. I always think it's funny when they like interview people and they're like, he was just so nice and handsome. We never would have known. Well, if he was a gargoyle, you know, like if he looked weird and was rude, he wouldn't have had so many victims. Nobody would have let them near him. He was just so handsome. I watched an interview. They interviewed Charlie Hunnam because he played John Wayne Gacy in a movie recently, like a movie for Netflix or something like that. Um, Welcome in, Mac, and thank you for contributing. Where is the piece I am looking for? Oh, there it is. And he was talking about how it was actually kind of hard to do. I appreciate it. I hope I make your workday go a smidgen faster. Um, but he was talking about what made the movie kind of hard to do was that, I mean, John Wayne Gacy was horrible and he did horrible things to people, but you had to make, like, there was a fine line between portraying him well, but also making him too human to where you may start to sympathize with the psychology behind why he did what he did, or like feel bad for him as a person. And so like there was a fine line between like making him too real and portraying the character well. Because I mean, while he was a person, he also killed and ate people. So But I watched the movie. I mean, he did a really good job. But also I like the psychology behind why people do the things they do. And I think understanding why somebody did something, or like the way they were raised and the psychopathy behind that, which caused them to like not realize what they were doing was wrong, or to just think a different way, and so that in their mind excused what they did or justified what they did, is different from being like, oh no, I think he shouldn't be charged and held accountable. Like, those two things are different. Understanding why they did it doesn't excuse why they did it. Like, it's still wrong and horrible. That's right. We got a Bellossom. Oh, she's the fly. She always looks like her dress looks like a, or her flower petals look like a dress. There's how I wanted to say that. Woods are hard. Right, I was, like in Nemo when the little octopus girl like twirls her tentacles like they're a dress. That's what it always reminds me of. Look at my tentacles. One is longer than the other. But you don't notice. Dress up code. Woohoo! So really, I watched like way too many documentaries about all kinds of stuff. But um because I'm weird and I like them. Um There was one about like the human brain or whatever, like how we don't really know a lot about like what makes people do the things they do. Because we haven't there's like the human brain is fascinating and we know very little about it. Really, like in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, like they're like yes, they are monsters or they did monstrous things. But like there's like a whole psychopathy behind a lot of it. That it's easier to call them monsters and all these things than to like understand. And I think understanding why they did things doesn't excuse why they did them, but we can understand. I don't think it should be like, well, we know why, and he was abused as a child, and that led like this spiraling down path. Like, so we shouldn't hold him no, like you're still accountable for what you did. And there's the whole like nurture versus nature. So you can be two things at once. I can understand and on a psychological level understand how you got to that point or how you didn't know or were conditioned to believe those things. But that doesn't change the fact that I think you should still, pay for what you did. Um but I'm always interested in like the psychopathy behind why they did it. Like what led them to do it. Because I'm weird and I just like to know. Here. But yeah, they were talking about like how we don't actually know, like, because there's a whole bunch of like weird, like we kind of know like which parts of the brain do which, but it's still like we don't understand what causes things to happen. Like you can have a head injury that then like make turns you into a whole different person, like because it damaged your frontal lobe or whatever, like you no longer have control over impulse things. Like, so we understand that the head injury to the frontal lobe caused this to happen, but we don't know really like what causes it. You know what I mean? Like truly like within the brain. Yeah, like we don't know truly like how to fix it or like what really causes it. We know like the location and things, but not really why. Because another person can be hit in the head the same way and not have the same reaction, like so we know but we don't know. I missed a step. I did. Probably one of these where it like goes down and I just missed it. Either that or I put something in the wrong spot. Both are possible. There we go. Yeah, like how little we really know. Like we think we know, but we don't really know. They've like done like MRIs and stuff on serial killers and things like that, like to see how like their brain lights up in different ways from like a normal person, which is normal is very abstract too, like what the hell is normal. um Normal just means majority. It doesn't actually mean normal. Like to see how like different, like showing like a bunch of people who they consider normal. Um Pictures, videos, whatever, and then yeah, like neurotypical. And then showing serial killers the same things and like seeing how their brains light up differently under an MRI and stuff like that, which is interesting. But again, not they don't all react the same way, and some people have what they could call the warrior gene, which makes them like a lot of people who join the military and who are like Navy SEALs and stuff like that. Black Ops, CIA, they all have this, or a great majority of them have this like warrior gene, but it is also prevalent in a lot of people who are like serial killers and things. It just means you're more prone to violence, but those two are two sides of the same coin. You're just violent for a different reason, or violent with the, I mean, both are violent with a cause, just who sets that cause, personal or like you're following orders. But it's interesting. I like all of that, which is, I know, a little weird, but and like the only difference between a psychopath and a sociopath is that one has killed. Basically everything else about their psychopathy is the same. Just one of them has let the intrusive thoughts win. And like they said, like in a busy city like New York or LA or whatever, that like you'll pass 7. Yeah, but yeah, like it's all the same thing. Like, you know, what the genetic driving force, I guess. And for a while they were trying to use that like warrior gene thing in like trials. So like people who had committed, not necessarily serial killers, but like people who had still committed like a lot of violence, they would like have them tested and be like, oh, they have the warrior gene, so we know they're more prone. And it's like, yes, but no, just because you have the gene doesn't mean you're going to do it. It just means you're more prone to violence. Like, they're still very different things. Yeah, like just because you have the gene doesn't mean you're going to present the same way. Like one does not equal the other. I think pages stuck together because this is not a duplicate part. Either that or I missed because I'm talking and I'm not paying attention. That is also very likely. Yeah, like, so it's, I always think those things are very, very interesting. These get me all the time because I'm like, oh, there, I did the instruction. Now we'll go to the next page, and then I skip, whole segments. Oh no, it's on the very end. And then there's like the chimera gene, which can happen in multiple ways. Like people can be chimeras because you got like a bone marrow transplant. So technically you have two sets of DNA. But also would they have that where like they're supposed to be twins, but one twin absorbs the other, you can have two sets of DNA then, because they're supposed to be fraternal twins, not identical twins, because identical twins have the same DNA. Oh, this, or that fell, I should say. So like how that works, and like they could find your DNA at a crime scene, but it's not you. You donated bone marrow. And I watched another one where they were showing how they use like 23andMe or like companies like that to solve crimes. They submit DNA to the thing, and then they find familial matches. And then so they know like it had to be somebody's uncle or brother based on like DNA markers. I'm not going to build while the ad is going, but I am going to try to find all these little blade pieces. I don't know, claws, nails, something. There was an interesting case where a woman was giving birth to children. Yes, who were not hers genetically. Yes, I've seen that. Yep, I saw that one too, which is really, really interesting. Nope, don't put that back in there. While we're on ad break, I'm just gonna double check the boys' work for today. Make sure he's. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Don't do that. There we go. I was like, no, don't do that. You're gonna mess them up. And I almost did. Welcome back. Um, I'll wait till Dress Up Co comes back to respond. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of like weird stuff that we don't completely understand. So it's got riblets now. Now we have to make 2 of the next thing. I'm guessing it's going to be front or back legs. But that is just a guess. So we'll do the whole page and then the whole page again. Mercy. Oh, windows and the angels cry. Away below, away below, away below. That's a different kind of leg. It's got a little like dew claw type thing. That one went in better. Maybe this one's still... Oh, there it goes. It went in a little bit further. Pinch. And pinch. We have front legs. Okay, 2 again. But yeah, they like how much we think we know versus like what we actually know is pretty wild. And like the human body is still like vastly like not completely understood. Did I think it gets angled this way. I don't know. I guess we'll see when I attach it. Welcome back. But yes, I saw that. There was also another one where a woman had twins, and like one was black and one was white, and of course, like immediately, you know how people are like, oh, she must have like cheated or whatever. But they were both genetically her and her husband's. But it was some like super weird like genetic thing that somewhere in her or her husband's, I forget which one it was, there were of African descent, but it was like you wouldn't have found it had it, or like it wouldn't have presented if it wasn't also in conjunction with this other weird genetic thing. So then, like the one baby came out black and one baby came out white. But like, yeah, like, well, recessive in a way, but also because they had this rare, like super rare 1% of the population kind of genetic thing, it caused the baby to be black. Like in conjunction, like it brought out that recessive gene. Let me hold it the way they're holding it, and then maybe I can put it on right. Like it was a rare genetic thing combined with like the recessive trait. Like, okay, I am not putting this on right because I'm like, how do I wasn't sure which way they wanted this to go. I see now though. Like that. Um so like the rare genetic whatever it was brought out the recessive skin tone, if that makes sense. Like the dad had the genetic thing too. There were like flecks in his eyes or something that were like a marker for it. And the baby had that part too, which then like I don't know. Like it's hard to explain because I don't completely remember how they explained it, but like it was like some weird genetic anomaly thing. But like everybody was like sure the mom had to have cheated because one baby was black. But no, it was genetically both theirs. So it happens in like it's another one of those things that's like less than 1%. But you know the standing joke is like you can't get pregnant because you're already pregnant. My husband's aunt got pregnant while she was pregnant. So she was pregnant and then like 2 or 3 months in got pregnant again. And of course, both babies have to be born at the same time. So one baby was like on time and the other was like way early. Maybe it wasn't quite 3 months, but like she got pregnant while she was pregnant. Which, you know, theoretically speaking, should be like impossible. But there's also another lady, I just saw a documentary about her where she has two uteruses and she can get pregnant in both of them at different times. Yeah, like it's like super rare, but like she has two uteruses. I didn't like the one I had. Please, I don't want two. No thanks. Because they say sometimes when people have two of things like that, like only one is really functioning and the other is just like a genetic mistake. Like a weird, your body forgot it, developed it. Like a stray gene went somewhere and that's how you wound up with two. But both of hers are fully functioning. Yeah, like somebody will wind up with an extra finger or something like that. Like there it's like a weird like a stem, a weird cell went somewhere and something went kind of awry. Or like when yeah, they just trim it off. Um it's kind of the same thing when things don't finish developing. Like when a heart valve doesn't close or something, it's like it's the same kind of concept. It's like the body just did an oops. It just didn't finish or it made too many. Like it's a weird oops. But like she said both of hers are fully functioning and I was like, "Oh, no thank you." Like, does that mean she gets two periods? And do they happen at the same time? Or does she get a period twice a month, one in each thing? Like, how does that work? And no, thank you. I didn't like the first period. I don't want a second one. Like, I had so many questions. Oh, we made feetsies. That makes sense now that I turn them this way. Yeah, like most of the time they're not fully they're just more extra skin, not necessarily bone, and so they cut them off and trim them. But it is cool when like they are fully functioning. Like it's a genetic anomaly. Like I mean, totally back in the day it would have been like sideshow type esque thing. And I guess to a certain extent some people are still like not okay with things like that, but I'm like, whatever. Oh, it was already over here. Ooh, bigger riblet. I guess this kind of makes sense because we had like tiny ribs on the edge and then slightly bigger ones, and now we have like the main big ones. Come on, clip on. There we go. That's interesting. I've seen where people have like the extra pinky toe, but there's like no bone or even nail. It's like just like a little lump of skin, and they usually wind up like trimming it off because, what do it it's really just more like a little bit of skin and tissue. It's not, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have a function, and plus it makes it hard for them to wear like shoes because there's not that extra space on the side. Now, they talk about those like where the twin absorbs the other twin or whatever, and like they may not have even known there was a twin, like, pregnancy wise, because it got absorbed so early in pregnancy that like the mom probably didn't even know she was pregnant with twins. But sometimes they find that like hair and nails and skin like inside these little pockets. It's so weird and morbidly fascinating at the same time. Okay, well, it decided to fall over. No, like, okay, so like the person grows up, like you're a full-fledged adult. Sometimes they find them in kids too. But then like they'll have some kind of health issue and they'll do a scan and there's like, oh, there's this little mass, right? They're like, it could be a tumor, it could be whatever. And so they go in and they remove it, and when they cut it open, there's like little bones or nails or hair inside of it that were like the twin that was absorbed. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, inside the surviving person. So like some people could go on and it never cause any issues, but sometimes people have like for whatever reason, a health scare or whatever, and then they do a scan and they're like, oh, there's a tumor there. And tumors can be benign. They're not always cancerous. Sometimes they even leave them because they're not actually causing any issues. You know what I mean? Like, we know it's there, but it's not like whatever. They'll do a biopsy or whatever and it's fine. But sometimes they have to go in and take them out because of where they're located, pressing on things, causing other issues. And they'll like take it out. And when they send it to pathology will cut it open and be like, there were skin and there was like hair and nails inside it. Again, it's one of those things that happens like very rarely, but it still does happen enough that it's talked about. This bigger Thestral, getting it to stand is a little wonky. Let me see if we have a better picture of how this thing is supposed to stand. Yep, they do want these pretty much straight down. And then this part is more like this. Lower butt. There, that's better. There we go. Sorry, I was like, how do I get this dang thing to stand? Because it just kind of wanted to keep falling over. Like I said, some people, like, the mom may have known, but she never mentioned it because it, like, happened so early in pregnancy. Or maybe it happened so early that the mom never knew she was pregnant with the twins. So like, you know, the common eye colors are like brown, blue, green, and hazel. There are other eye colors. Like some people have purple eyes, and my son is something like only 8% of the population or whatever. He has gold eyes. Like the color gold. Um and it's different. It's a very different eye color. My daughter has like hazel eyes, like my mom did. Sometimes they're more greenish, sometimes they're more brownish, but like they're very color changing. Yeah. So my son has gold eyes, and we have a picture of when he was little. They are like, whoa. And everybody's always like obsessed with his eye color. And some people when he was younger, they're like, oh, that'll change as he grows. It'll turn into like a real color. And I was like, no. I mean, he's 15 and his eyes are still gold. But I don't know how we're going to put that on a driver's license because it's not an option. I guess we'll just have to put brown. like write it in. Okay. I'm not so much moving it out of the way, but I'm changing the direction it's sitting so we have a little bit better. The tail isn't swooshing through the middle of the space here. But like eye color, yeah, like it would be the closest choice. Uh Eye color is one of those things that like it's a random toss up. There are some that are considered dominant genes and more than others, but like some things that's still like literally a roll of the die, you could wind up with anything. Like red hair, it is a dominant gene, but it can go recessive and like nobody have it for generations and then somebody have red hair again. Yeah, his were like gold. There was no trying to name them anything else. But he came out with jet black hair. And now his hair turns like the underparts here will turn like a white blonde in the summer. His hair has lightened up significantly from the jet black it was when he was born. There it is. I was like, I saw it, but where did I see it? Like curly hair's the dominant gene. My husband's mom has like wavy hair, and my husband has wavy hair when it's grown out, but the kids all definitely have curly hair from me. But I didn't have curly hair as a child. I had pin straight hair. And I don't know, I was in middle school and my mom got tired of like me not brushing it and taking care of it like I needed to and then fighting her when she would try to help, that she was like, that's it. And she took me to the hairdresser to get it trimmed, like cut off short. And literally as the lady was cutting it, it turned curly. Yeah, like black, like dark black. Like that box dye black. Like it's not box dye though, that's like natural hair color. Yeah, but like literally as they were cutting it, it turned curly. And the only reason the hairdresser could come up with is that I had always had such long hair that like it weighed it down and didn't allow it to curl. But like even as a baby, when I had like the baby fine hair, it was straight. So we have no idea. It just happened. I mean, it's not like it didn't come out of nowhere. My mom is German, or as my grandmother liked to call it, Eastern European. If you were German, you were also a little Czech, a little Jewish, a little Russian. You know, like it all went together. Um, but my dad is Puerto Rican, and so like it's not out of the realm that I would have curly hair because my dad has really curly hair. But it was just so weird that I didn't as a kid, and then I got a haircut and it was like bam. A Geodude. I always think that Pokemon is so weird because, dude, you have no legs, but you have arms. Do you like push up on one arm so that you can hit like hits? Like, how does that work? Obviously, moving works by like you move yourself with your arms, but like in a fight, how well is that? Like, how effective? Do you just curl yourself up and hurl yourself at the enemy? Ooh, that looks so nice. The layering of the face. Stop trying to get underneath the book. I did not hold that right. I think the weight of the hair can stretch out, flatten curls. Yeah. Yeah, like, but I mean, like, I had pin straight hair, and I have pictures of, like, when I was little, and I had, like, super fine, thin, straight hair. Like, I mean, no, no, nothing. No, now I started to look at the wrong picture. And that's why I thought I wasn't holding it right. So I don't know. It may have been there like recessively. I don't know what happened. I just know that I didn't, and then I did. And it was weird because at school they were like, "Oh, you got a perm," and I was like, "No, I did not. I went and got my hair cut against my will, and now I have curly hair and I hate it." And it took a long time to like get used to having it. So we have the Now our horsey has a head. Oh, we're gonna do our wings, or we are doing our wings. I went to grab this and grab the black one. Yeah, all that to say, I watch really weird documentaries. And I listen to a podcast. She calls herself a social scientist. But she talks a lot about like women in history, and she heard the podcast is called "Who Did What Now," and she like does deep dives, and it isn't just like, well, so and so said, like she uses actual like lots of factual things. My sister had curls until she cut them off as a child. Yeah, and then they went straight, and that was it. Never had curls again. Welcome in, Laura. Thank you for the worky lurky. I appreciate it. Yeah, hair is weird. Like it more that like we don't know why things happen. Like things just happen and we have no idea why they do. Push through. I keep slowly pushing these pieces off the edge, so let's pull those back up before they wind up on the floor and they wind up in the other Lego dimension where all the Legos you drop go. Oop, we need a claw and a cone. Not even then. I'm convinced they go to an alternate dimension. It'll burp out on somebody else's floor. Somebody else will be like sweeping and be like, why is there a Lego on my floor? I haven't built Legos in years. I swear, they just go somewhere else. There's not even like a 3-second rule. I saw you earlier, piece. There you are. I'm convinced they just wind up in the often Never Never Land. Like, I have no clue. We're building our wing. That. And we take our giant piece here. And we clip that in. Okay, the next one we make 2 of. So 4 of you guys. And 2 of you. So we're used to moving like every couple years because my husband was military, but he's retired. And so it's gonna, like, my body keeps going, well, we've been here for 2 years. We should move soon. It's gonna take a while. Will I do anymore that I want? Tired of living like a dog on the floor. This swing is... Yeah, like, I'm like, well, we should be getting the roof soon. Like, it's gonna take... The longest place we lived was Nebraska for like 7 years. And probably like around year 4 or so, I'm like, we've been here pretty long. Like, when are we gonna move? Welcome in, Tangled. So I guess this is like a life size, you know, like line up your pieces kind of a deal. Well, we bought this house not as like we're gonna live here forever. We bought it because it's really close to the school, and the kids were, you know, I guess we bought it with the intention that we would live here through them graduating. And then after that, you know, like anytime after that would be fine to move. And not move like far, just like not this house. Okay. So then we want this here with this. And then I know, it's the thing, because I didn't start the counter right away with like the first, second, third, I'm here. Like I always had the first, second, third, but I didn't have a timer, like I guess not timer, counter on them. And then I was like, I should do that. And so I asked Carrot how he did it, because I tried to do it and I was like, clearly I'm not doing something right. So I asked him and got it sorted out. And then I did the I'm here with like another counter. But it wasn't there always. So no worries. Get in the hole. Rude. There. Then See, then you can collapse the wings and then spread them out. Turn page. Just one page, though, not like a whole cluster of them. Get in the hole. There we go. And you can, like, angle it. Well, not angle it, but, well, I guess you can angle it like that. And then you can fold the wing. Like you can tuck it. Well, they're the Thestral horses from Harry Potter. So like they're dead horses. Like you can only see them if you've experienced death. But like all the carriages in Harry Potter that look like they're being pulled by nothing are being pulled by these Thestral horses. I call them death horses because I mean they're dead. Where are you, you silly little thing? There you are. Dress up code, it says you don't own that ball. Oh, I put 2 on already. I'm trying to put a 3rd one on. Now we build the other wing. I have it on an auto thing. So it throws the ball for me. And sometimes when I run out, I like cycle through all the different kinds of balls that you get through like Poke Dailies and stuff. So I just change the command to throw a different ball. Come on. There it is. Okay, Tangled. So next month when we go back to kind of more normal-esque for the stream, I have several big sets. I have the Cullen house, I have the giant T-Rex, and I have the stairwell for Hogwarts. So we'll have to decide like which big one we're going to start next month. Which I say stuff like that and I'm like, oh, it seems like forever. And then I'm like, no, that's like a week and a half away. No, it's not really that long. Not that far away. Sorry, my brain is like, how? Yeah, that's the right way. Sometimes I look at the instructions and I'm like, I don't see it. How do I hold this? Ooh, I'll have to Wonder Trade Pokemon then. I have not looked at the weekly tasks. I'm horrible at looking them. I was so mad about last week's. Catch 5 Pokemon that weigh more than 75 whatever. And then I could only catch 1. And I think it was the only one I saw all week. Because I don't always pay attention. But I was like, I feel like this is a bad thing. Like, you want me to catch that, but none of the Pokemon seem to have weighed enough. Lisa said she caught 3, but that still wasn't 5. It was like, an excuse me, you want me to what? Yeah, like, they just feel impossible. Like, you're like, oh, it shouldn't be that hard to catch 7 heavy Pokemon. But then you're like, okay, I have no control of what you, like, the Pokemon that appear. And I'm not doing ranked battles, so I don't even worry about those. I might do, like, regular battles, but, like where they're like, do 2 battles this week. Okay, but I'm not playing ranked ones. I don't want to do that. That implies I know what Pokemon to pick, and I don't. And even at that, like, you know, you have no control of what the other person's Pokemons are. And then, like, you may pick ones that are really great, but they're really bad at whatever Pokemon your opponent is, you know? Apparently, I can't pick that one up. Yeah, so I don't do ranked battles. Because no. Just because no. Yes, but then I couldn't get it to do it. I got it to let me Wonder Trade 1, but like looking at them and like doing the mental calculations, I'm like, yeah, this one in theory should be higher than the 710 or whatever it was. But then it still didn't count it. So I was like, I don't know what it wants. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Because I tried it. I was like, oh, this shouldn't be that hard. It's just base stats. But I'm adding and it's not like it didn't count it. So that was very frustrating. But yeah, you also have to have ones that are above that base stat, which again, you can't control. Okay. That one doesn't seem to want to click in like it should. Did I? Oh, I know what happened. I didn't put... I thought maybe I put it in the wrong side, but no, I just didn't put that in. And this one I put in upside down. So again, we can fold up our wing. Come on, get in there. Okay, let me collect all these little, so I don't scatter them across the floor. So we can stretch our wings out, like all the way. That's alright, Tangled. Listen, my brain only half functions like all the time. Like there's not a lot happening up there. Well, there is, and that may be the problem that 72 browsers are open. One of them is playing music and I don't know which one, and we're all searching something different, so there's a lot of lag. Things are happening, not anywhere near pertinent to what is actually going on. So this is, I'm going to call it the mommy Thestral because let's face it, if there's a baby, it's bound to be the mom. But yeah, we can stretch out the wings and then we can fold them up and you can kind of like tuck them. You can have them like low, high. But you can tuck them to a point. Stop with the smushy legs. Legs stay. So you can like take them way up to. She's trying to do the splits underneath though. But yeah, so you can spread them way out and tuck them way in. And then we have the baby. Let me get this book out of the way. We have the baby and the mom. And then we have our little like tree plant. I don't know. It's just foliage of some kind. But yeah, they're from Harry Potter. So all the like carriages, they have that procession of carriages, and it looks like there's nothing pulling the carriages because there's no horses or anything. It's really these horses, these Thestrals, and you can only see them if you've experienced death, which is why Luna Lovegood and Harry can see them because both of them have experienced death. Like, they've become really close to dying, things like that. Sorry, let me make sure this text isn't from a child. Nope, okay. So yes, that's what these are. I think I have a carriage up there that's pulled by Thestrals, but they're like molded. You know, like the Lego horses are usually like that molded plastic. I have Thestral ones pulling a wagon up there. But this was the Thestral family. I got them from Amazon, like during their Black Friday holiday stuff. They had them on sale for like $20 off. Now, where to put them? Because I'm consistently running out of room. Some of that is because there is an area on the other side that I have to clear off, and I just keep not doing it. It's got a bunch of like the holiday like advent calendar pieces, and I was like, I should put them away because I should. And then I just keep not doing it. So they'll just get a temporary home for now. Oh, look at that. Ads. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So the last couple days I've been making this army of peens to give to authors at the book signing I'm going to this weekend. I have more of these, but I figured I'll just attach them all at one time. But that's what I've been doing. Mostly yesterday. I just sat here and made like an army of little peens. I'm going to put some on my fourth wall too. Part of me is like, just make a bunch of them and it'd be like a mystery. Which peen do you get? Let's change our thing to makers. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not because I'm never sure who has like who gets the ads and who doesn't. I made Christmas ones. I made a snowman one and a Grinch one. Yeah, I made Christmas peens. Okay, I need this. There's a little bit of extra fluff. Get out of the way. Yeah, I made a Grinch one, a snowman one, a reindeer one. Now I don't know, what did I make? Let me check my Discord. That place. I feel like I put them in my, maybe I didn't put them in my show off because I don't know. Sometimes I actually worry about like what you guys think, and other times I'm like, I don't care. That is not what I meant to click. I know I put them in Wars, not safe for work Discord thing. Yeah, I made a reindeer, a snowman, and a Grinch, I think. Yeah, there's the Grinch. Oh, and a gingerbread man. That was the other one. It was a gingerbread man. But Steal Your Heart sent it to me and she was like, "Look at these." And I was like, "Those are cool. But you crochet, you can make them." And she's like, "No, I want you to make them because I don't have anybody to give them to." I was like, "I don't either." And she's like, "Yeah, but you don't care." That is true. That is true. Sorry. Need to grab. I feel like the next little bit it's going to be like me getting up, sitting down, getting up, sitting down. But so we started this last week and we pretty much finished it on Thursday. I just attached the tentacles. Like I think I had one or two left to do. And then I attached them so that you guys, wouldn't have to watch me do that. And so we just need to stuff it and sew it. I try not to put too much stuffing in at once because I feel like then you like mush it, like compact it, and then it's not as good. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else who crochets and has to stuff things, or I guess make items and stuff them. It doesn't have to be crochet. Other things make things. But you know what I mean? Like I feel like you compress the fluff and then you wind up having to use so much more because it's like all like shriveled up. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm explaining things in a way other people will understand outside of my little weird brain. That needs more. Like it makes total sense to me, but I'm not sure if it actually makes sense to anyone else. What I usually do is stuff it pretty well, and then I start sewing the bottom in, so that way the fluff isn't getting like in the way of me sewing and getting caught in it. And then when I get like till I only have a little pocket left, then I add more if it needs more. But this is what it looks like, mostly stuffed. It almost looks blueberry-esque. Well, I'm glad you got your prescriptions, Alex. I know sometimes that's a pain in the ass. Open! Open says me. Okay. I left a tail on both in case one wasn't long enough. I know. So, this is Bernat's blanket yarn, and it was called Ocean Colors or something like that, and I was like, it's perfect. I love it. It's perfect. I need 17 more skeins that I don't know what I'm going to do with, but I love it. And, you know, in case I want them in the future. But yeah, I left a long tail on both the jellyfish itself and this bottom piece in case one wasn't long enough. Then I can like sew to a certain point and then start on the other side and make my way back. You know what I mean? Like, it'll work out eventually. And if it was too long, then, yeah, well. So when you do these, you only sew on, or like do the front loops or whatever, so you have the back loops to like dig into. So the pieces, except for of course like the little temperature jellies that we've been making this month, are going to go to my daughter's archery team for a fundraiser. They're not allowed to call it an auction because that implies gambling, but that's just nonsense. They're only allowed to have one fundraiser because they're a club, not a sport, even though it's archery. So they found a way to kind of have 3 fundraisers in one. They sell tickets to a spaghetti dinner, and then at the spaghetti dinner, they do a silent auction and a silent dessert auction. You know, you can like bid, or a dessert auction, you can bid on like cupcakes and whatever people donate. So this and the crab cake we made and the crochet and meatball jellyfish we made will all go towards that, plus whatever we make this week and things like that. I'm going to take them all in a bag to the coach and let her pick and be like, what do you think? You can have all of it, you can have none of it, you know. Last year I made 2 of these big jellyfish, and then I got a kidney stone right before the event, so I wasn't actually able to go to the event. But she said they sold, and like my husband said people seemed excited. So so I think she'll take at least the jellyfish. I don't know. But I have some other dessert ones we can make. I have a pattern for 2 different s'more ones. I have a Bronto s'mores and a Stego s'mores. And then I have a Piceratops and a Cakelosaurus instead of an Ankylosaurus. Plus a Taco Chocosaurus, like a Choco Taco. Untwist. I also have patterns for little bees we could make, like cooked bees and milk. And like one bee looks like a cookie and another bee looks like milk, like a milk jug. I also made a it's called a shush bee, a sushi bee. So it looks like a sushi roll. I have a small one and a big huge one. I also have a bee that looks like a beer, like a beer stein, like a glass of beer, but I don't think the school would appreciate that. Um, you know, appropriate settings. But yeah, I've just been that's what we've kind of been doing this month, why we've been doing like super tiny Lego sets and then using the rest of the time to crochet things cuz it's a twofer. You know, if I make it on stream, it's tax deductible. And then I donate it to the school. Like it's content and all the way around. Yeah, no peens for the spaghetti dinner. The peens are getting given to authors this weekend at the book signing. Which I have to get my seating chart and my PayPal like pre-order things all together yet. Yeah, no peens for the spaghetti dinner. I don't think that'd be good. Okay. So turns out we didn't need this, so I'll have to tie that off better and hide it. But we can finish stuffing. And I feel like stuffing these uses like way more fluff than I ever think it's going to. I'm always like, no, that's good. Oh, it's still a little like, because you want it to be like squishy, but not so squishy that it's like bloop. I would show you guys the cookies and milk, but I don't have them anymore. Fantasy took them at the beginning of the school year and gave them to her cooking teacher because she took a food class this year, and so she gave them to her, which I'm okay with. Like I'm not upset about it or anything. They were quick and easy to make, but it was funny. And she said all year long they've just kind of moved around the classroom. Like every time she comes into the classroom, they're in a different place. Okay, do we think more or do you think that's okay? Like, because like I said, we want it to be squishy, like soft, but not so squishy that it's like deflated. Everything's getting stuck. Please don't donate anything ever again. I think that's good. It's soft, but not deflated. That's like when you make a bondage gingerbread man for the school bake sale. They'll never ask you to donate anything for the bake sale again. Or you can make the cookies with like the Hershey Kiss on top. They're called like peanut butter somethings. Um you can make ones with Rolo the Rolo candies, except then they look like nips. You'll never be asked. Yeah. But Mom, what's bondage? Mom, why does that gingerbread man have a harness? What's that on his chest? In a different setting, I think they would sell very well. Just not that setting. It's the whole time and place thing. Okay. Let me do one more knot. And I'll do this one kind of weird, but it works. It's like a super good knot. And then we pull back and we do it like a knot through a knot. Okay. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Like, I have a skizzer. It is somewhere. Try not to lose my little stitch markers. So I don't want to cut it all the way off. Well, I'll probably just tuck this whole thing. Alex, don't tax yourself. You're healing. Oh, where did I put? Oh, chopstick right there. True, I mean, I do know things still have to be done, but if you tax yourself in the long run, it's going to take even longer to heal, is kind of what I mean. There we go. That tucked very nicely. True, trust me, I've been there. Where you're like, no, it's fine, until you like finish, and then you're like, oh, I overdid it. But I felt fine in the whole process of doing it.
I'd like to request assistance.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm tucking this. Don't forget to drink one of the milks too, please, at some point during the day. I love when the doctor goes, just have him eat more protein. Okay, like what's a target goal? Like, how much protein in a day should he have to help gain weight? No answer. Just have him eat more protein. Okay. Also, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So I can buy all the protein-packed items. That doesn't mean I can get him to eat or drink any of it. Alex, I'll be sure to hold this up to my head as soon as I'm done tucking this in so you can see. He's supposed to eat protein for the opposite reason. So you guys probably didn't even see him, which, I mean, that's the whole goal, is that he doesn't get on camera because kids, camera. He is 15, but his bone age says he's somewhere between like 13 or 13 and a half. And he only weighs like 70 pounds. You can, like, he's literally skin and bones. And so they said, have him eat more protein to help him put on weight. So, like, the Fairlife milk with, like, 2 grams of sugar, but 30 grams of protein. And, like, the protein bars, like, this protein bar has 7 grams of protein in it. And we found protein juice that has, like, I don't know, like, I don't even know. What is it? I sent it to Carrot so I can check real quick. It'll be easy to check. I want to say like 10 grams or 8 grams of protein in a bottle of juice. Like, but they didn't say how much, like, what is a go? Oh, sorry, I was wrong. It's 20 grams of protein in the bottle of juice. So, like, all these things, but like, what is the goal? Like how much is like, how many grams of protein should I be making sure he eats in a day, type of a thing. So this is our jellyfish, head for size. I can put it in chat. I'll show. Give me 1 second to pull it back up. Copy text. Is that the right one? Yeah. So that's the protein bars he eats, and that's the protein juice he drinks. But yeah. So this is our jelly, and these will kind of like stretch out a bit. But they're all like tight from just being finished. I didn't bother trying to like pull them out, like stretch them out. But they get a little longer as they relax. And I have a picky child, and he actually likes those juices, so. But yeah, it has pink eyes too, but it's hard to see like on this the unless I get like right up in the camera. But yeah, so this is our jellyfish to donate. And then this is last week's temperature jelly, and I did the same thing. I put it all together. We just needed to stuff it and sew it together. And I did the same thing. I kind of left a little bit on each in case one wasn't long enough. I gotta thread this one in a bit though. It's my way of just encasing it. If it's not long enough, I have like a backup thread, you know, kind of a deal. I have more. I have a pixelated kitty. I don't think I've seen that. Like, I must have got that cat on Bongo Cat and then, like, not ever tried it out. Because I don't think I remember ever seeing it like that. And this is kind of the same as the big one. You only do it in the front loops, so that way you have the back loops to secure it to. But he does like the Fairlife milk too. It's lactose free. The little bottles of it, and then it's like 30 grams of protein in a 16-ounce bottle. And he likes that too. He said it pretty much tastes like regular milk. We tried some Nutri milk or something like that from Sam's Club. He didn't like it. He said it had like a chalky taste even when he put it in the fridge. And the hubby tried it and he said it didn't taste chalky to him, but it tasted very much like the aspartame like diet drinks. You can really like taste it. You know, I mean, it can be used for weight loss or weight gain, you know. It's an either or kind of a deal. But that's the best deal on the juice I found. And if you do it on their subscribe and save, it's a little bit cheaper, you know, like on top of it. And Sam's Club is the best place, like the best priced place I have found for those um bars as well, because I've looked. You know, and a lot of the protein bars are just kind of crazy expensive. So those aren't too bad. They're like just around $1 a bar. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're like, get him to eat more eggs and things like that. You know, like anything with protein. I was like, okay, I'll get on that. You guys still haven't given me like a number I should shoot for, though. I was just shy on making it. So it's a good thing we left the other tail. Okay. These, I feel like the middle pulls down, but I went back and like really looked at the pictures in the pattern, and they do on hers too, so I think it's just like the weight of the tentacles, not that I'm like not stuffing it enough or whatever. Or overstuffing it and like pushing it down. Yeah, he has an issue with his knees, so he went to the sports medicine doctor. And the sports medicine doctor was like, well, there's really nothing we can do until his growth plates close, which I can understand. Um, Unless it happens again, and then he'll have to have the surgery either way. Essentially, what's wrong with him is, so like your kneecap is like this, but underneath your kneecap you have this little bone that like it's just like a little notch, and it stops like your kneecap from going too far one way or the other. He doesn't have that. Underneath his knees is completely smooth, so there's only the muscles and tendons around his kneecap stopping it from like dropping and hitting other bones or becoming dislocated. And so both his knees are like that. Eventually he will have to have it fixed, but they don't want to do that until his growth plates are closed. So he went to the endocrinologist, and the endocrinologist did all kinds of tests and said while his bone growth is delayed, it's okay because he isn't where he should be anyway. Like if his growth plates were still way open, right? But his height and weight were where they should be, then they would be worried, because that meant like other things were happening. But because his bone age is regressed, it's okay that he still has that much. That's how they did it. Sorry, I was like, how did they explain it? So if his bone age was on target, like 15 and a half, because that's about how old he is, and his growth plates were still way open, they would be worried, because um that meant like something was wrong. But because his bone age is regressed, it's okay that they're still way open, and they're not going to worry about it. They'll like monitor him, but they're not going to be like actively like doing anything about it, essentially. um so they kept asking how much he eats, and I was like, he's a teenage boy, he eats morning, noon, and night. Like, he's always stuffing his face with something. But the kids have always been like that. Grazing is what we call it. They eat all day, little bits all day. And they still eat 3 meals a day, but like they graze all over the place. There's always snacks. And we don't really keep junk food. It's all like healthy snacks. So they're like, "Oh, well, it's weird that he doesn't weigh enough. He weighs so little. Like, technically his body fat is like 1%. Which if he was a bodybuilder would be ideal, but as he is not, it is not. So now we're going to a GI to see if he has some kind of issue that is stopping him from like absorbing nutrients properly. That's their best guess. So this is last week's jellyfish. I need to figure out what week this would be. I think week 10. I think I forgot to take a picture of week 9, so Discord is not the place to go. With my little spreadsheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, week 10. And I bought so kind of like Carrot's duckies. Every week I make a temperature jellyfish. Its body is 1 day and the tentacles are the other 6. And then at the end of the year, we'll take a picture of all the jellyfish together. Plus I made one as like a sample of the pattern to make sure that it wasn't AI and it wouldn't turn out wonky. Sorry, my brain farted right there in the middle of the sentence. We'll take a picture of all 53 jellyfish and then I will upload them to the fourth wall. And you guys can purchase them, not purchase them, you know, your choice. So I write what week it is and the dates that coincide with the week, and then on the back I write what the temperatures were. I don't know if they're turning out as cute as Carrot's jellyfish. As Carrot's duckies, but nonetheless, this is what we started doing and we shall continue. I'm not brave enough to make 365 jellyfishes. That's a lot of jellyfish. I mean, but that's an idea for next year. Like the body be the high and the tentacles be the low. I don't know. But yeah, so I will make 52 jellyfish this year and then put them on fourth wall at the end. Yeah, I was like, that's a lot of... Carrot, you are crazy. That's a lot of freaking duckies. I didn't want to do like a temperature blanket because I don't really do the blankety thing. Like, I love blankets, but I don't really make the blankets, you know? That's a lot of crocheting. So I was like, what can I do? And so I was like, I love jellyfish. So that's why, I mean, some of them look a little wonky because you're like, wow, those colors don't necessarily go together. But also, it's totally out of my control. So I need to look up some of, I think I'm behind a day or two. Like, I have a spreadsheet. And I use the Weather Channel monthly map. And basically whatever the big number in the middle is the number I use. I don't know if it's the high, the low, or whatever. I think it's the high for the day. I just slap that number in my spreadsheet and that's the number I use. 71, 1 and 45. But yeah, Carrot's a little crazy doing his 365 jellyfish. That's a lot of jellyfish. Move with me. Okay, so I usually write myself a little note so that way I can go collect the colors and I'm not, you know, back and forth, back and forth. So pink. Yeah, I know. Like, so I have a fourth wall. I'm not sure that it's very exciting, but it's there. Like everything on it is stuff like I made. Like the patterns for I didn't get them from anybody else. I made them on Canva and stuck them up. We talked about Kevin said I need to make bookmarks and I'm like trying to think of like what I want them to look like. You know? Like what I want to put on them. So I always joke my kids are my minions because I'm an evil genius and they're my minions. And so that I just call you guys minions too. You're my minions. So I said I should make a sticker that says like Minions Unite. Okay. I have purple and I need 3 tentacles for purple, so we'll do that first. Not crochet. Well, I mean, I could crochet bookmarks. There are patterns. In fact, there's a penis one. You just chain a bunch and then you make like a little penis at the end. But also, I saw so peens, but I saw one that makes you make a boob. How about a boob stress ball? This way we leave no one out. Make boob stress balls. Fill it with the little poly beads and it could be a boob stress ball. I guess technically I could put poly beads in these and they could be peen stress balls. They are kind of squishy just as they are. So I mean, you could just put that in it, make it squishy. But I have some cross stitch bookmark patterns. So I could do those, but I was also looking at like putting it on a bookmark, like, you know, like a paper bookmark, like putting something on there. And I know we talked about stickers, but I'm just not, I don't know. I'm not very good with the AI. And like, I don't really make a ton of money. So like, hiring somebody or buying art from somebody, I don't know. It would depend on how much it costs and things like that. Like, I'm not sure if that is feasible based on like what I currently make while streaming. And I know like Carrot made like those little AI chickens with the Christmas hats, but I don't know where he did that. And like I have my logo. I can make like a bookmark with the logo I made. I need to get on and make t-shirts that have just the logo in the corner. You know, you can make like that little square, they have just a little square corner here on the side. Um, and you can put whatever there. I need to make ones with like just the logo there. I also found a pattern for it makes me so irrationally happy. It's a peen, but you can like flip the head of the peen up and it holds chapstick. Listen, if I had the force, I would 100% use it for evil. Why would I not also use crochet for evil? Or at least mildly entertaining things. Listen, I posted in the book signing group if anybody would like be like, no, don't give me that, and that all the authors were like, yes, please give us little peens. And in fact, some of the people who aren't authors were like, how does a non-author person perchance get a peen keychain, please? It is in fact the right place and setting for tiny peens. Actually, peen anything. Peen anything. The last time I went to one, it was the author's husband's first time coming to a signing with her. And I was talking to them, and he goes, "Can I ask a question?" I was like, "Sure. You might not like the answer, but you can ask." And he goes, "Why are there so many peen things?" And I was like, "Sir, you're at a romance author signing. You're just lucky there aren't more peen things." This one, they didn't have one last year, but at the year before they did, of like this particular signing. And like we walked in because I went with my friend, and like immediately they're like peen necklace. We had peen straws. We got peen lollipops. The author, like, we walked to her table and she's like, "Hi," and she held up this cup and she's like, "Pick a dick." Would you like a penis? Like peen straws and like everything's peen. I have a little peen pen. It has a little peen man sitting at the top of the pen, and I have a peen keychain, and I even have a cup with little peen men on it. They have faces. Because it's the only way that peens are funny. Like, you've got to admit, they're not the most attractive thing to look at, usually, when they're attached to a man. In the moment, they're nice, but they're not aesthetically pleasing. They're just kind of hang there. And this is why my channel says profanity and vulgar language or whatever. Yeah, like, I mean, really, boobs aren't either. I'm like, they're just kind of there. Like, I don't know, they're just kind of there. Same way with vages. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I do think all the little, like, peen type, like the crocheted peens and things like that, like down that vein, are funny because, I mean, to me, it's cuter than the real thing, but like, it is a personal preference. Some people are excited just by the sight, like, of course, not just like a random one, but you know what I mean, like with in the setting. But I don't know. It's all just there to me. Like I don't want to stare at it too long. Okay. I have one more of this color tentacle to do, and then I need to go get light blue and pink from over where my yarn is on the side to make the body and the other tentacle. That being said, we need to start another project for the fundraiser thingy. So what should we do? I have several things. I have lots of things. My thing is, I just yeah, yeah. It doesn't? Is it in Japan? They have that whole like penis garden. It's just like peen statues everywhere. In the derpy tiger colors. Yeah, I don't do blankets. I mainly just make the stuffed animals. They have taken over my house because every time I buy a new pattern, because I think it looks cute, my kids then look at it and go, "Oh, I'll take it," and so now there's another stuffed animal in my house. Yeah. Listen, they can explain to their whoever later in life why they have so many stuffed animals. I'm not getting involved in that. Um, but I have another skein to make another giant jellyfish. It's this colored. This colored. This color. And this is called Pitter Patter. Or, like I said, I have a pattern to make different dessert dinos. My problem is I never know what to make. Like I'll make all the things, but like rationally I don't actually know what I want to make. And more so, like I don't know what other people would be interested in. You know, just because my weird little brain likes it does not mean like that people would want to bid on it at the thing. So that's mainly why I keep asking you guys, tell me what to make. Because I don't know. I don't know. If you went to an auction-y thingy, what would you like to see? Cut. There we go. That's another thing. I'm like, I don't know. Is what I make good enough? Like, I don't know. But that is another thing. I'm like, I don't know. Is it? Let's see. I can do. Okay, give me a second. I know how to do it. It just takes me a second to like change things. There we go. There's my peens. So I have these little kitty cats. I bought a pattern. It's like 16 and 1 kitty cats. It's really like 8 of one pattern of kitty cats and 8 of another style of kitty cats. But then I have these bees. And this is the crochet and meatball we made to donate. I could make another thing of dino nuggies to donate. Those were fairly easy and didn't take a terribly long time. And then I have our sharkshimi. Right? I thought Pig Kids, you know, because it's going to be like siblings of people and whatnot there that that people might like the dino nuggies. And they're not stuffed and they don't have an eyeball, so you don't have to worry about like that part. Sorry, we're doing the scrolly scrolls. See, I have this bookmark and another bookmark. I thought I could make some of those and put them on the fourth wall. But I thought as like a cheaper option, the like paper bookmarks that I could mail just like in an envelope might be like better. But I have a stegosmore. What they call it? A stegosmorus. A pizza toad. A pumpkin spider. It's an egg solotl. And then, of course, our eyeballs. We made like 10 of those. This is the Choco Tacosaurus. A Cacolosaurus. Yeah, the lady I get the patterns from, she is all about the puns. So this is like a cook bees and milk. I thought we could do those. Because, you know, it's something smaller. Somebody might be like more likely to bid on it because it's small. And this is a peanut butter and jelly bee. The PB&J bee. This is the one that looks like a beer. But I don't think they'd appreciate that. It's a beer. And this is a Brontosmorus. And then this is a pretzel snake. Oh, it's a peanut butter and jellyfish. I think that's it. But yeah, all her stuff has punny names. Like, I have another one that's called like bun peas. So it's like a pea pod with 2 little peas in it, but they have bunny ears. So it's a bun pea. Joe is mean. Joe's a little turd. And you can tell him I said that. But yeah, I think the Dino Nuggies would be good. Dino Nuggie color, and then I need this pink and light blue. Baby blue or light blue? I don't. If he wants to go to bed, and he said no. That's when whenever the kids would say things like that to me, I go, I know I made it sound like a question, but it really wasn't. I wasn't really asking. I was just stating it in a way that made you think you had an option. When really what I meant was, you're going to bed. Yeah, I framed it as a question, but don't be confused. It, in fact, was not a question. I just wanted you to feel like you had some say in this, but really, you don't. You don't at all. Yeah. I did this to be nice instead of telling you so you felt like you had some control in this situation, but you don't. True, he probably would be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Well, he doesn't have to go to sleep now. He just has to go to his room. Right? Like, we're just going to have quiet time in our room. They went through a point where they didn't want to take naps. And, it's one of those things. Do I want to die on the hill if you have to take a nap? Or do I just want them to leave me alone? And half the time, in fact, more than half the time, I'd be like, oh, you know what? We don't have to go to sleep, but you do have to go to your room. Like, 12 to 2, 12 to 1:30, whatever. Like, you don't have to go to sleep, but you do have to go lay down in your room and, like, be quiet. Like, you can read in bed, but you have to stay in bed. And over half the time, I'd go in there 10 minutes later, they'd be zonked out. Yeah, like, he can lay in bed. You can, like, read a book in bed, whatever, but, like, you have to go lay in bed. We're gonna have quiet time. Yep. Yep. They'd be like, no, I'm not tired. I don't want to take a nap. Okay, fine. You don't have to, but we're gonna have quiet time. Like, you still have to go lay down. And sometimes you'd hear them, like, chattering quietly, like, with two stuffed animals, like, playing something out, like, rawr, rawr. Or the opposite was that, like, I'm not tired. I don't want to go to sleep. I'm a big kid. I don't have to do this. And then, like I said, 5 minutes later, you go out there, they're snoring to their heart's content. So, like, you don't have to go to sleep, but you do have to go to bed. Like, we're having quiet time. Yeah. Granny needed nap time. She was like, you kids wear me out. Well, like, we use the Microsoft parent controls, like, on the kids' computer. And so like we set the time, like what like websites they're not allowed to go to. Yeah, don't say no to her. She'd be like, you said what? I know you must have stumbled over your words there and meant yes, ma'am. But so the boy's computer like won't let him play on it after 8. And he's like, my bedtime's not till 9. Why do I have to? Because you need to like power down from the constant stimulation of the computer, and like you need to brush your teeth and get dressed for bed. And there's things you have to do. And then I caught him the other day again with his phone after, the time he was supposed to have it. So I was like, that's it. Your phone is not allowed to be charged in your room anymore. Now you have to charge it out in the kitchen. I don't understand. Why you can't do it? Listen, I didn't ask you. I've already told you why. Your failure to comprehend is not something I can make you do. Yeah, the whole room was like, we got anything to do, and we gotta be anywhere but here. We are definitely don't want to be here. Yeah, like, here is the last place we wants to be. Okay. I pretty much have this pattern memorized, but I like to have it up just for like reference. Just to be sure. Oop. Get some stitch markers. Come on. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. So I have a love-hate relationship with this yarn. I love that it is so soft, and it's just it's so nice to work with. On the other side, I hate that if you pull too hard, it just rips. And it like shreds sometimes. So, love hate. It's just But I think of it as it's like anything, there's give and take. Like, oh, I love this this one sweater or whatever, so soft and so nice, but oh, it has to be hand washed. Like, there has to be downsides. Like, there just has to be. And not all downsides are deal breakers. So that's my complaint session. I do connected rounds because I feel like sometimes, if not sometimes, every time, if I don't, I feel like it migrates, like the start point like moves. So like these on one of them I tried to do this one. On this one I did connected rounds just to see how it would look, and so he's got the vein underneath. But on the rest I didn't, and so like I have to stitch like 3 more stitches and then mark that as like the new beginning of the round. I mean, technically there's still only 18, you know what I mean, because I just moved it. But like to get it so that when these stitch out, they're in the same, like the correct place. It is definitely a preference thing. And also I noticed like if you're going to be switching colors, like it looks better because it doesn't look like your color like started in the middle of another row. Like it looks like a clear new row. But again, it's a preference thing. I do though feel like, so I have like mixed feelings about putting my stuff on fourth wall. So like wargaming in them are like, put it on fourth wall. I think it'll sell. And I was like, okay, but one, how do I price it? And two, is it really like good enough to for somebody to pay for? I don't know. That's always what I run into. Like, is it good enough for somebody to pay for? Personally, I love all the little patterns that are wonky, like a hammerhead shark that looks like a hammer. You know, funny. It's punny. Like the donut cat I crocheted and Carrot made the fried shrimp one. Like I like things like that. Yeah, like I sold items I sewed, and like I think any kind of fiber art, that kind of stuff like breaks down real fast. So when I sold like like stuff I sewed, it was like materials plus a little bit. Because like it breaks down real fast, because even if you were to earn like minimum wage $7.25, the amount of hours it takes to cut, press, sew things, you've like outpriced what anybody's gonna pay for it. Welcome in, Trell. Congrats on 3rd. We made Thestral horses from Harry Potter earlier for Lego, and then we finished up the 2 crochet items we had, and now we're working on this week's crochet jellyfish for the temperature jellies. And I did adjust my schedule for this week on Twitch, you know, the schedule on Twitch. And then I'll have to work on next week's later. But I was really just worried. Yeah, I've seen people do like so if the crochet item is huge, it's going to cost more, which makes sense because it's going to take more product. And even some of the like children's dresses I made, like up to a certain size was one price. The next couple sizes were a different price, etc., because they took more material to make. Like to sew. Like a half yard and a yard is a difference in price, so I would change the price of the outfit. Oh no, because 70 hours to make something, you know, like it's you'd outprice yourself so fast. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 16, 18, 20, 24. Okay. I was like, did I count right? Yeah, so I was thinking with the jellyfishes to do like these little temperature ones, like $10, and the little bees would be like $10. And see, then it comes into things like this. But this took, like, I would say, like, $8, like $5 to $8. But then these are like $10. The little bees are $10. But then, like, the big jellyfish be like 30, 35. Like, see, I don't know. I'm like, I guess. And some of it for me too is like the skill involved. Like if there are special stitches that are like harder to do, so they take more time, then that maybe is a factor in pricing too. Like, because if you eventually kind of master that stitch and it doesn't take as long anymore, you can always lower the price. You know, you can always adjust later. I usually make little tick marks on my scratch paper when I finish a row, and I have not been doing that, so now I don't know what row I'm on. I better count that. Yeah, like, you know, because I wouldn't charge like a lot extra because it was more difficult to make, but there would be like a couple dollars more because at the time it was harder to make. Like the Piceratops, I had to go over one spot like 3 or 4 times, and then I just gave up and I was like, nope, I know what I'm going to do. So, like, it wants you to go in like the front loops of one area, and then the next row is like normal, And then it wants you to go back to the back loops on that row before last and connect them to make like the ridge. I wound up literally putting a stitch marker in each back stitch so that I could find them later. And I was like, I would charge more for that. Yeah. So like little things are like cheaper because they draw people in to buy like the bigger things. Okay, let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 2 more rows of this. I still have some stuff up there that I sewed that I need to, I think I'm going to put on the 4th wall and see if anybody's interested in them. I mainly sewed kids stuff, like burp cloths, bibs, hair ties, stuff like that, and kids clothing. Apparently my brain has stopped even attempting to count. It's just like, we'll do it at the end. But also, with putting it on 4th wall, I have to take better pictures of things. You know. Like when I slap it up on Discord, I'm not all that worried about like lighting and all that kind of stuff. But I would need to try to get like better pictures of things to put them up there. Sorry. I'm like, talk loose count. 20. Get out. So I did see one. I have a habit of going to the Amazon daily deals and like just perusing what's there, you know? Like what is you know, what's on sale? Because sometimes you find stuff that you've been thinking about and you're like, oh, it's on sale now, I'll grab it. I found it was like a light box. You like just yeah, like because you just never know what you're gonna see, and you're like, oh yeah, I was looking for one of those. And if you don't find anything, what did you do? You didn't just wasted your time. You're gonna be scrolling somewhere anyway. I found one. It was like just a little light box you set on your desk, and you put the item in, and then you like take a picture, and it's like white on all sides. And then you can edit it somewhere else, you know? So I did see. Sorry, I'm like, where did I put my crap? It's everywhere. So I did see one of those on there the one day. I'm pretty sure these are 10. Or these 10. Where's my little thing to measure? Here it is. No, those are 12s. Yeah. My husband's like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm just scrolling on Amazon. And he's like, you don't need to buy anything else. And I was like, just because I'm scrolling doesn't mean I'm buying. I'm just looking. I'm window shopping in the comfort of my home. And sometimes I just put stuff on the wish list, like for later. Like, if you need an idea about what to get me later, here's an idea. You know? I'm just perusing. Okay, let me make sure this loop doesn't come out. We'll stretch that out. Okay, now it's between rows 6 and 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the part Alex hates where I stab it. She's like, it looks so weird. Right, like I just put stuff in the cart. Sometimes I put it on a wish list. Save for later. I know. I'm like, listen, you keep getting sassy, you're gonna have to start buying your own clothes. Remember that I'm the one who buys you all your crap, so. Ooh, I couldn't have done that again if I tried. I found the center without even counting. I just went, yes, it's there. Like, gifts, stuff that I know the kids would like, save it for later, like on a wish list. And then when they did a good job at school, or like they've been really having trouble, like grasping some kind of concept at school, and now they did, here's a treat because you did good. Sorry, I'm like, is that light like really in my face? My face was super shiny. Okay. Where did the dang thing go? Oh, here we go. 4 stitches apart. Sorry, my brain was like, where the hell is this freaking part of the pattern where it tells me how many stitches apart? I thought it was 4, but I wasn't positive. But yeah, like, I put stuff in the cart, on the save for later, on a wish list. Listen, I'm not hurting anybody. I didn't actually buy anything. I'm just looking. I'm bored, and I'm perusing. I just put black eyes. Sometimes I ask you guys and we pick different color eyes. This time I just slap black ones on there. But now we do the last round, which is like, let me move this so that I can just kind of unwind it as I go. The last row is like to make the frilly. So it should be, it's a slip, I think. Yeah, slip stitch into the neck. So we want a half, a double, a half, all in one, and then a slip into the next. Right? Because if you don't save it, you're never finding it again. Like, if you don't put in, like, the save for later, like, in the cart and then save for later or on a wish list, you're never finding that item again. Oh, I did both loops. Sorry, guys. Hold, please. I messed up already. There we go. Just the front loop. This pattern here for the jellyfish I found for free. So if anybody wants it, I will gladly share it. It stitches out quite nicely. And it's pretty simple to make. As long as you know your brain's working, which is, as you can see, mine does not always work. Nope. Get off. This is the slip stitch one, not the need to wrap it around first. So I have several like different people I found through Etsy to get patterns from that I like for like different reasons. One, I love the punny names. So I like hers because I love all the punny names. Um, and then the one other lady I like her because like you make certain items and you're like this is so cute, but you can't actually like it's a box, right? It's a gift, a present type crochet thing, but you can't actually open. Sorry, my brain farted there. You can't open the box and put anything in it or whatever. So this other lady I like, I made a stackable snowman. So it was a snowman, but like each segment you could actually put things in. And she made a cauldron for Halloween, and you could actually put things inside the cauldron. Like the top came off and you could put things in it. And I love that because it's functional and cute. Yes, I did that right. Um, and so I recently got an Easter basket one from her that you can actually put your child's Easter items in. Like it's an actual basket, not just completely filled in with fluff and a stuffed animal. It's kind of both. So I like her items for that reason. And then the one other lady or person, because I don't know if it's a man or a woman, person I found, um, is the people that Carrot and I got the cat patterns from. They have a lot of food pet items, and they're just so adorable. I made Carrot a carrot whale, but I need to mail it to him. I had the best intentions of going to the mailbox, but then I didn't. Like the post office, sorry, not the mailbox. But then I just didn't. Best of intentions. But yeah. And then of course the people I get the peens from. Because secretly we're all 12-year-old boys and peens are funny. Okay, now I gotta connect my thing. Need a tail. So there's the body of our jellyfish and our 4 tentacles we have so far. And I need to make the bottom plate that the tentacles get sewn into. And then we will start working on dino nuggies. Oh, I already have another one. Here we go. That should be 6. But yeah, I peruse Amazon often, and I don't buy nearly as much as I peruse, but sometimes you're just sitting there and you're like, I'm bored, and then you find yourself scrolling. If I'm going to be scrolling, I might as well, you know. Plus, sometimes it's stuff that you've been like meaning to get, and it's a really good deal, and you're like, yes, go me. I saved money. Okay, I think that's 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, I was right. Just 2 more rows of this, and then we'll be done, and we can start on the dino nuggies. My brain was like, that was wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I see what I did now. I brain farted in the middle. Apparently my brain lagged a little bit. But I feel like something didn't get right. I don't know what, but my brain was like, that's something's not right. So let's try that again. Like, I can't tell you what was wrong with it, but I just felt like it wasn't right. Yes, that's better. Yeah, I don't know what was wrong. So next week, our local zoo is supposed to be premiering some kind of like bug thing where they have like big giant bugs around the zoo. Like you can take your picture in front of them, they move, whatever. But this Friday, I believe it is, they're supposed to have like a special members only like event because to preview it before it goes for the general public for spring break. So I think I'm going to take the kids to that. I'm pretty sure it's Friday. I have to double check. I have the email. I saved it, but I have to go back and double check it. And then while I'm there, I will re-up our Zoom membership because it's almost ready to expire. I saw the thing. Brickatex. Okay, let me count where we are because we're close to the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep, just a couple more stitches. 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 24. And welcome in, Cosmic. I hope things have been going well with you. I hope the nugget bean, whatever name we have given the new one, is doing well. So that's the end of that. And we'll save that over there. I know what Teal calls hers the offspring. I'm pretty sure that's what Sarcastic Kitten calls hers too. The boy. That's why I'm like, there are numerous names we could be referring to him as. So that's why I'm like, whatever name we have chosen to call it, him, you know. There we go. Okay. So hold it the right way. We'll do 2 steps. Oh, yes, all at the same time, because you can't have just one thing. So I don't know if your kids are like this, but my kids never got just one tooth at a time. They would get like 3 or 4 at a time. Yes, there are 2 I'm supposed to be finding. There it is. Bloop. Yeah, they would get like both bottom teeth or both top teeth, or like, I think at one point Boy Wonder got like all 4 molars at the same time. Like you could see them all cutting at the same time. So it, you know, why get one when you can get all of them? Like, get it all out of the way at once, I guess. I don't know. I moved, put that down 1 too far over. There's our steps. We did this in the middle and then these. Because one piece is not a step, Lego. One piece is not a step. What did I do with the sticker? Oh, I threw them in the bucket. Yeah, it was always tremendous joy when the teething happened. It was horrible. Okay, let me mark that last color off on my chart and close that. Then we can tutorial. So the ones I made with carrot were the jumbo dino nuggets. So I don't know what like the regular size nuggets are supposed to be, but we'll make the jumbo ones again. Like, it shows to put an eyeball in them, but I didn't put an eyeball in them, and I also didn't stuff them. I think they looked better, you know, that way. And it never said, like, what size hook, so I don't remember what size hook I used. Probably a 6. If not, that's what we're going with today. I have, like, all these things out. Need to clear space. There's the end. Oh, I feel the throw up of yarn. The explosion. There we go. Okay. So it wants us to make the Bronto first. Make tail first. So this one we made them in parts, but we didn't have to sew anything together. You just worked it through both pieces, which was nice. I'm not gonna lie. I liked that. I do need more stitch markers out though, because I used the ones I had out and left them in the things they were in. So we'll just get a little pile of them out. Okay, it says 4. I think I didn't do these in connected rounds. I think I just did them in continuous because it didn't say in the pattern and I had no clue. But they turned out good. Single increase twice to make 6. 2, 3. I do get frustrated with the small magic rings sometimes because you're like, okay, where is the next stitch? Because everything's like so small and this yarn is so fluffy. You're like, I don't know where I am anymore. When the ads come on in like 15 minutes, I will take a break. I gotta go check on the boy, make sure he's done all his work. I know sometimes he's waiting for like the class to happen, to make sure he completely understands the work, but nope. Miss Madams is letting me know that she would also like attention. Sounds like she's saying hello. Hello. Okay, something's not right. Get off. Let's try to flip it out. There we go. Okay, maybe not. But anyway, I was trying to come up with ideas for stickers because, sorry, I bounce back and forth all over with conversations. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Because Dusa sent me a thing where the place she uses is having a sale right now. So I was trying to come up with ideas for stickers. Doesn't say leave a tail for sewing. So there we go. So, a tail. I know you're like, fuck, I can't count. I can't tell what stitch we're on. I don't fucking know anymore. Oh, that's cool. I don't. So I do my stream here and then I export it to YouTube, but I don't do anything other than that. Which I know, like, if I was on Instagram or whatever, maybe I would get more views or whatever, but I don't know. I think part of it is like, oh my god, people would actually watch me. Like, I get more than 10 people in here and I start getting a little nervous. I can't look at like the people count, like the number, the viewer count. There we go. Not people count. That's weird. So I don't know. Part of me thinks, oh, start an Instagram page or whatever and do like clips over there. And I've thought about also doing it where you like are live on YouTube at the same time you're live here. I think Mac does that. But again, I'm not sure. I don't have Instagram, period. I'm old. I have Facebook. I keep feeling like I'm not in the right spot, but I think I am. Or that like I haven't gotten all the loops, but I have. Okay, I did my 6 magic ring, did 2, then increase 2, and then increase for 8. Yeah, the algorithm is too good sometimes. I agree. Listen, mine is mask guys or guys on motorcycles, so like it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I know, I catch myself following and I'm like, oh, now it's just shirtless guys on motorcycles talking about how much they wish they had a book girlfriend. I'm probably too old for you and I have a husband already, but if we can come to some kind of arrangement. I'm sure. I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement. So, this is one little leggy. I'm at that age too. Like, if you gotta take that home with me, I'll become your stepmom. I'm 43. I would still date a 20-something-year-old. I don't have to marry him. I just, have fun times. If I wasn't married. Yeah. I could be your mom or your girlfriend. The boy zoo? The boy aquarium is ice hockey. Oh, I did mark it already. Here I am trying to put another stitch marker in the first one when I already did it. Yeah. Hockey is the boy aquarium. There I was, watching a fight and a hockey game broke out. Okay, so we don't fasten this one off. This is another leggy. Get the stitch marker out of my way. Kept trying to... I get myself in trouble all the time. Listen, life would be boring if you never got in trouble. It is. I need a handyman free labor. So there's this lady, she made a skit and it was like, you know how some things are like funny and true? So she made a skit about how like guys will take you on a date like to dinner, and because they paid for dinner, you should give them a sexual favor, right? You know? And then they get all pissy when you don't. She made a whole skit about how she took this guy to dinner and she paid for it, and then she brings him back to her apartment and she's like, change that light bulb. I need you to fix the toilet. I need you to do this, that, or the other. She goes, and you know, not a single one of them will do it. They're all upset. Listen, all I asked for you to do was change a light bulb. She's like, ain't nobody want to take my trash out or change that light bulb for me. Can you fix this dishwasher? Funny and relevant. Okay, let's see. Fast enough, make another one. We did another one. Okay. We made another one, but we didn't fasten off. Take the other leg. So our first leg. I put the other leg and the tail too close to each other, so now I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, because the tail is only 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. But yeah, I laughed so hard because I was like, it is inappropriate and funny. Okay. Take the other leg, single crochet 8. So we want to join here. The same girl, like, I know sexual assault is not funny, but like things also have like, you know, you have to be like aware of what the intent of the skit and things like that is. So like it is very true that like, the whole where were you, how much did you have drink, what were you wearing, you know, kind of a thing gets asked a lot when people try to report. But this skit is kind of like kind of the same deal. So it's a British page and they do lots of different skits. And so this guy comes in to the police station and he's telling the police that he was robbed last night. And the lady, the female cop was like, is this the suit you were wearing? And he was like, yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? She goes, I'm just saying, wearing a fine suit like that, what did you expect to happen? And like kind of goes on like that. And it was like making light of the fact that these are things that women get asked all the time when any time they try to report things. Like, so I know it's not funny, but like it was making light of the fact that those are things people are asked about all the time. And then the same, it's like a trope of people that do skits. Yeah, like it was your fault. Yes. Like Well, why were you dressed? You know, kind of like that kind of a deal. Yeah, like the book talk girl bait. Like, well, I mean, if you didn't want to be kidnapped by a book talk girl, why you wearing a mask? Why you out riding around on your motorcycle like that? Why? You were asking for it. No, but yes. Like, that's kind of what they're getting at. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I have this extra tail from. Sorry, my brain is like, where the hell did this extra piece come from? Oh, please. My brain is trying to figure something out, but it's not working. Oh, okay. It's the tie off and the tail. Actually, we'll leave that out because I think you use it later to but yeah, you know what I mean? But it's a trope. And like so the other one they make, it's like two girls working at like a convenience store. And they're like pointing out to some magazine and they're like, "Oh, I bet she asked for it." And of course, it was again, kind of about an assault type thing. And they're like, all we have to do is ask. And like they both go on this like montage in their brain of like they got a raise just because they asked. They got a promotion just because they asked. And like the one girl is in like a bathing suit and sarong at her work. And the guy is like, "What are you wearing?" And she's like, "I'm going on vacation. Duh." Like, if I just wear it, I'll get to go on vacation. Because obviously that's what I was asking for by wearing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is only 7. Well, this must be number 8 right here. Yeah. Yeah, and they were looking at her like she was crazy. And then when the guys, like when they come out of their montage kind of deal, um, they like set something down on the counter or whatever, and the guy's like, "Oh," she throws a football at him because he's got like a football jersey on, so a soccer ball. She throws a soccer ball at him, and he's like, "What the hell?" She's like, "Weren't you asking for it?" Like just by wearing. Yeah, like it's to highlight the ridiculousness of having to explain that just because I had this on doesn't mean I was asking for that. Okay. I apparently did not read that whole step. Pay no attention to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. Okay. They just wanted me to crochet another 8 on here, apparently. Because it says take other leg. That's what made me think. Crochet first on the fur. 4 on the first leg, 6 on the tail, and 4 across. I'm so confused now. Okay, no, 8 on this, then we go to the other leg. They just have it weird, worded really weird. Okay, when the ads start, I will pop out because I got to check on the boy, um, and make sure he's done all his work. Because sometimes he's waiting for a class, so. Okay, now just 4 on here. Okay, I will be right back. Oh, yeah, come on. Woohoo! I made it back. That's what I was gonna do. You. Okay, so we did 1, 2, 3, 4, and we should have 4 left. 2, 3, 4. Yep. And now we need this. Welcome back, everyone. I forgot from doing these with Carrot how weird they had like some of the parts of the pattern worded. Like it all works out, but like it takes a second to like read it and like understand what they're trying to say. Okay, that's the tie-off tail. Let me trying to remember if I want it inside or outside. I'm going to leave it outside. That way I can always thread it inside if I need to. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me angle my camera a little bit. Wait, no, you're the inside. Okay. Okay, so I did that. Should be 22, so 8 and 8, 16. Yep. Okay. And we're back at the beginning, so. Yeah, I can't imagine doing this with, like, these are the giant ones. Attracted someone. I mean, did you at least get the info you wanted? If not, that's sad. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry, my brain was like, where did we stop? Then a decrease. I sure did, but now she wants to get our kids together. Like, she didn't call my brother a bad name and pissed me off and almost made me leave the house at 9 p.m. to bop her. Be like, oh, sorry, I have a cranky baby. I can't get together. Listen, I will say the one great thing about having tiny kids is they're an excuse for everything. You want to come to this whatever? Oh, you know what? That's right in the middle of their nap time. Can't make it. Oh, you want to come to this? Oh, you know, that's their bedtime. I just can't make it. Okay, 12, 13. Oh, yeah. 17. Did I do that right? Sorry. Yeah, but like, no, I just can't make it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then I have a decrease. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the decrease. Yeah, I was at the right. 18, 19. Okay, it's right. Sorry. My brain was like, these numbers aren't matching, but no, it's working. I just couldn't math for a while. Yeah, I can't make it. I use the kids all the time. I'd be like, I just can't. I just can't. You know, the kids, one of them is in a mood. I can't. I can't. So, 11. Sorry, my brain is trying to figure out how they want this. 10. I don't know how they're getting the number they're getting. Right, one of them is always sick. I had 2 under 2. Yeah. Or 2 under 3. No, 2 under 2. Sorry, my brain was like, no, yes, no. Yeah, I had 2 under 2. Somebody was always sick or upset or whatever. Two, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 10 single crochet, right? Like we currently have 20, like in the row before. So that's half. And then decrease 4. Would be 8. And then it says there's 6, and then a single crochet, right? So, but that's only 19. I don't know. I don't know. We'll work it out. Unless they mean like decrease and then do it 4 more times for, but that wouldn't work either. I don't know. I don't know. We're just going to roll with it and see what we get. Second decrease is 12. 13. 14. 'Unless they meant, no, that wouldn't work either because I'd still only get 15. I don't know what they're getting at, but I'm doing another decrease and we'll call that 15. One, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. Then 3 decreases. Come on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Then 9 again and 2 decreases. This is the one that Carrot made that turned out to be a penis because he stopped counting. He stopped paying attention to the pattern and wound up with like a super long neck and a weird head, so it looked like a penis. It's a Bronto peen. Okay. Did that, we did that. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a decrease. Then we want 1. Let me mark this and then I will read the comment. I don't think I could make something new on stream. If I ever do, it's a lie. I've made it once before. A lot of the stuff I make with carrot, it is literally the first time I've ever made it. I haven't read the directions. I haven't anything. We're just making it as we go. Starting and stopping, sighing and pacing. Yeah, it's the same way with me. And even this is the second time I've made it, but like the directions are wonky. So like steps, like rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4 are spot on. But 5 says you have 20 stitches in round 4. And then in round 5 they went 10 single crochet, so that's half, and then 4 decreases, which would be 8 stitches, which get you to 18, and then a single crochet, and then it says that equals 16 stitches. It's not right in either direction. It can't be 16 stitches because that's only 15, and it is also not equal to the amount of stitches in the round before. Like, it doesn't work. So like rounds 5 and 6, 5, 6, and 7, you kind of just have to augment. And then once you get to round 8, it works again. I don't know about I do it good. I just roll with it. And I will stop and stare, and you'll see me read and count out loud and in my head. And like, that's not going to work. We get there eventually. But yeah, everything I make with carrot, it's the first time we're making it. We just go. And we get there eventually. I only want one of you. I don't want the whole thing. Give it to me. Thank you for saying I do good, but I don't know that I really do. I certainly don't feel like I'm doing very well, and then at the end I was like, oh, that does look like the picture. I don't know that I actually am doing well, though, or doing it well. It doesn't feel like it in the moment. I apologize a lot and go, guys, I'm so sorry, but I just can't figure this out, or I have to count, or I don't know. In the moment, I feel very much like I am sucking it up. I think it has something to do with the way I just think about things. Because to me, crocheting is a lot like mechanical. And like, I can look at stuff and be like, follow the map like this with my eyes and never actually like touch. So I think it has more to do just how I think. So that was 8, and that's 3. Oh, now we're increasing, so I don't have to worry about that because we're doing the face, the head. And like being able to like visualize how things would work in your head, I think is some of it. So 6, 9, yeah, that works. I am very flattered that you think I do a good job. Like I said, I don't feel like I do in the moment. So I'm like, I'm not doing that. That doesn't make sense. And then I was like, oh no, that totally made sense. I go back and fix that now. Okay, I did that. Now it's 5 to increase 4. To be honest, I'm never sure how entertaining or like, I don't know, watchable I am. I appreciate that people keep coming back, but in my head I'm like, why? Then 13. And okay, I'm doing right. 11, 12, 13. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm fabulous and everybody should like me, but also why? As my husband would be like, you're right. I'm like, I know I'm right because I'm a fucking genius and I'm always right and I'm fantabulous. But also, why would anybody want to watch me do what I do? That should work. Right. Like I am appreciative that everybody watches and comes back and things like that, but at the same time my brain is like, no. Come on. Only one of you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, then decrease 3. And then we close up its head. And this is how I messed up the first one and didn't put, I say messed up, but now that's the way I'm going to make them forever. But it never says when to put an eyeball in. And so I just was going around, going around, going around. I closed it up and I looked at it and I went, it doesn't have an eyeball. Because my brain was like, well, it never told me to put one in. Oh, I wonder if it wants me to do a triple decrease. Because that's the only way that can work. Because it's like, you have 9 in the row before. Decrease 3 times. Well, that's 6, not 9. So it must want a triple decrease. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, listen, I had no ambitions of anybody ever watching me. Yeah, so my husband started doing Lego, like building Lego, just like buying random things, and then COVID happened and I built some, and then I became a wee bit obsessed. And then when we were getting ready to retire, he was like, when we move and get all settled in, you should start streaming. And I was like, doing what? And he was like, building Lego. And I was like, okay, crackhead, nobody's watching that. Nobody's watching somebody else put Lego together. And he's like, you'd be surprised. A whole bunch of stuff happen. You know, like people watch all kinds of stuff on Twitch. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not happening, crackhead. And he was like, no, really, try it. And I was like, no, really, I'm not. And so we moved and we got all settled. And he's like, come on, just try it. And I was like, no. And he was like, come on. And so finally I was like, fine, whatever. And believe me, I had literally no preconceived notions beyond nobody wants to watch this. Yeah, see, that's not right. I don't think if I just do it back. Like if I just do this. Nope. No, that didn't make it better. That made it worse. Hold, please. Yeah, so I was like, no. I literally took my like, I didn't even have a Twitch, oh no, I'm just making it worse all the way around, I think. Well, I think I made it 7 kinds of worse, so it's staying that way now. If need be, I'll give them the better Bronto from the other. If I can't tuck this very well. Oh, I tucked it well. You don't even notice it's messed up now because I tucked it so well. I literally took my laptop on a stack of Lego instructions to get it a little more elevated and closed the lid like halfway so you just saw the table. And that is how I did all my streams until I became affiliate. You couldn't see my face at all. And now that I look back at them, all you see is boob, so maybe that's how I made affiliate. Maybe that was the key. Just keep it at chest level and no face, just boob. Here's our Bronto. But yeah. and I was like, and the first stream I did, it was a lot of like people we knew and like my husband's friends, and I was like, great, pity views. This is how it's gonna be, just pity views. And it turned out not. I made friends and all you lovely people, and now I usually have about 10 people per stream, which is not carrot level, but it's important not to always compare yourself to others. He streams way more than I do. So there's that. Yeah, just I have huge tracts of land. So during the winter, it's not that big of a deal because I live in sweatshirts. But this summer, when it's hot, I always have to be careful. So I have this mix of wearing what I want to wear, like what is comfortable, what is whatever, and not wanting a certain type of people in my things. There we go. We have our first dino nuggie. Because anything remotely low cut and it's just boob for days. So it's a back and forth. I'm like, it's warm. I'm gonna be going wherever later. I'll just wear this, but then I'm like, ugh, people. So I don't know. Part of me is like, do whatever, because you don't see that much, honestly, because I have my camera kind of pointed more up so that you can see a lot of the stuff behind me. So maybe it won't be that bad. I don't know. I generally don't care what people think, but at the same time, like, I also don't want to deal with some people, so it's back and forth. So this one is the pterodactyl. We gotta make our leggies first. Yeah, it's a balance. Like, I don't care. I will wear whatever out in public, and I dare you to say something to me. But like, yeah, the ban button exists, but I have to deal with you in the meantime. Like, you know. So it's like back and forth. Yeah, but I look back at some of the videos and I'm like, wow, that was all boob. And like the clip my husband has set so that like when I talk the first time in his chat it pops up. Um I was like, great, you picked the one clip that is all boob. Of course you did. And then I like think about it and I'm like, okay, no matter which way, if you can see any part of my chest, that's all boob. So I guess I just like it's something I know about myself, but also you don't think about it until you watch something like that and then you're like, Jesus Christ. Come on. Get out of the way, stitch marker. Okay. We got one little leggy. I don't know why I was trying to pick my scissor up again. Yeah, so like I know that's how it is because I haven't seen my feet since I was like 13. Like, what do you see when you look down? Boob. all boob. But like I don't see it on stream because of the way like I have my cameras angled or whatever. But every once in a while I guess I must hit like move it and then it yeah, it's just boob. I haven't. And because I've been all boob from a very young age, like I am aware that it's there. I am aware of how like it makes some people act or whatever. So like I don't really care cuz I'm like, okay, you could think that, like you can feel however you want to feel about it, but like it isn't going to change the way I react to you. Don't get me wrong. As a teenage girl, I was very aware that boys are stupid and boobs are powerful. So, you know. Okay. Stay out of my way, stitch marker. You know what helps is if I do the directions. If I do this the way the directions want. 1, 2. I'm just going around like another 6, not doing any of the increases. Okay, does it want me to finish off the second leg? Let's read. It does. Okay. Not that it actually says finish off or anything like that, but I can infer that it wants me to do it that way. Okay, there's our 2 leggy legs. Oh, I gotta flip this leg around the right way. Okay, second leg. We're making a pterodactyl or a pterodactyl, as my son says. Like an opossum. And okay, is it this might be one of those, I was this many years old when I learned this, but you know that American possums are actually supposed to be called opossums because there is a possum with no O in Australia. So American possums are actually opossums. You should pronounce the O. But we don't because we're American. Yeah, there's a possum in Australia that literally has no P, or it doesn't have the O in front of the P. It's just possum. I like weird facts in general. So I watch a lot of things that give me weird did you knows. Yep. The one in Australia has no O in front of it. It's just possum. So ours are literally opossums. I, in fact, was that little kid that was annoying and going, did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Imagine if I had the internet as a small child, I would have been uber annoying. I had to look up all my annoying facts. I had to read a book at the library to learn my annoying facts. If I had the internet at my fingertips as a child, I would have been infinitely more annoying. I'm convinced Australia is the continent that wants to kill you. Everything there wants to kill you. Some things are just too small to. That doesn't mean they don't want to. Yeah, oh my God, I would have been horrible if I had the internet. I was horrible without the internet. I would have been extremely horrible with the internet. And me too. I know it all. And a chatty. You're so chatty. Yeah. You had to look your crap up. You had to read some book about that specific animal or like the encyclopedia. You had them lined up. You had to like pick the right one and read it. Yeah, like the encyclopedia salesmen, so walk around door to door trying to get your parents to buy the whole thing. I know. Oh, you'd go and you'd be like, I really, really, really need this book. Whether it was because you needed it for school or you needed it because you were reading it, like, and you needed it. And then it would be checked out and you'd be like, son of a biscuit, but I need it. Can you put me on the list? Like, can you put me on the list and save it for me so I can be the next person to check it out? Like, put me on the list. Put me on the list. Okay, so this is the one wing. So these are our two little feet, and now we have a wing. I'll find the end somewhere. So make a second one, but don't fasten off. Okay. Yeah, then you have to wait. And like the person could check it out for like 2 weeks. You had no idea. You would like go back to the library, like, is it back yet? Is it back yet? Is it back yet? Is it back yet? You'd be like, tell me who hasn't checked it out. I'll go hunt them down and make them return it. Who checked it out? Like one of your friends checked out the same, like the book you wanted, and you'd be like, so I saw you check that book out. I'm gonna need it in 2 days, so I'm gonna need you to read fast. And if you can't read fast, just return it anyway. You can check it out again a day and a half after I check it out, because I'll be done. I know my daughter's mad because she got a Books a Million gift card for Christmas. And she's not mad about the gift card. She's mad about subsequently the only really Books a Million close to us. So I was going shopping and the Books a Million is close to where I grocery shop. So she's like, if I do a digital order, like an online order, can you stop by and pick it up? And I was like, sure. So I stopped by and picked it up, and the lady's like, okay, well, she ordered 3 books, but we only had 2 in stock. So she'll be like, the money will be put back for the other one because we didn't have it. And then she had to wait till they put the money back on her gift card, which, you know, takes a couple days. And they still haven't gotten the other one in. So she's like, when is it coming in? You guys, like, order it. I was like, well, next time we go grocery shopping, why don't I pop in and ask if they can order it for you? And she's like, oh, I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. Because, you know, it may be like a book that didn't sell really well for them at that specific location. So they didn't order more. Well, she wants to use the rest of her gift card. She's trying to use the rest of her gift card on it. So that's her whole deal. She's like, I want to use my gift card. Okay, fine. So that's the thing we've come to, is that we're just going to have to ask if they can order it. Because, you know, that's the case sometimes. Like, they may have it, like, in the beginning at every location. But then that location realizes that it didn't really sell well for them. So they only keep, like, 1 or no copies on hand. So that's kind of... Okay, let me flip this right side out and tuck our little starty tail. So it was funny. We had went in, she has to stop there the first time. So we went in, we looked, and she bought a book. And then we went to Sam's Club, and they had the same book for like $7 cheaper. So she had gotten a regular Visa gift card too, not one specific to Books A Million. So she bought it with that and then returned the other one because it was $7 cheaper. I can get more books if I get them cheaper. That's true. That's true. Okay, we're on round 5. Single crochet 4 of the wing, 4 of a new leg on both, and then 8 of the other wing. Then 4 across and 4 across. Yeah. So we took her, you know, I took her back because it's in the same like shopping center. Like Sam's Club is over here, and then they have a couple stores over here that are other things. So I took her back, and she returned the book, and the lady was like, you just bought this. Is there a reason you're returning it? Like, did you accidentally pick up the wrong one or whatever? And she's like, no, we went to Sam's Club and it was $7 cheaper. And the girl's like, I can't even argue with you. I would have returned it too. Okay, now we've got to attach all our pieces together. I try to make this first stitch like really tight so that there isn't like a big gap where the pieces attach to each other. 3. Yeah, like if it was $1 or $2, it's whatever. But like $7 is a lot. Yeah, you know, you're like $1 or $2, you're like whatever. But that is a lot. Okay, then our other wing here. Yeah, the lady was like, I'm not even upset. If I went to Sam's Club and a book I just got here was $7 cheaper there, I would return the book too. Okay, now try to make it snug again. That's like when you go to get gas and you're like, okay, I've looked at all the gas stations close to me and this one's cheaper. And then you get on your road trip and you're a mile down the road and it's like the one that's not necessarily close to your house, so you don't think about it. But like you get on the road and then it's like 10 cents cheaper, like just a little bit down the road. And you're like, son of a bitch. I could have made it this far on what I had in my gas tank, but I topped up before I started the road trip and now, you know what I mean? You're like, damn it. Okay. We have all of our wings and our feet connected now. So I love the quote that if I had $1 for every time I had an emotion about a fictional character, I could afford the therapy I so desperately need. Like my husband teases me because I'm like, ew, feelings. Ugh. Like, I am very quick to tell people that I don't care. Like, you can have your feelings. I'm not trying to say, like, you're not allowed to have feelings, but, like, I don't have to care about your feelings. I don't have to care if what I say hurts your feelings, etc., etc. Uh, but, like, Grey's Anatomy, when his sister's baby had frog brain, I cried. The fictional characters who die, oh my god, it tears my heart out. Opie on Sons of Anarchy, like I can't. But real people, I'm like, ew, ew. It's still too soon to talk about Opie. Ugh. Okay, 3 decrease. So I did 3. Now we're decreasing. Then 6 decrease 3 times. So that's 21, 24, 27. Again, I don't know how you're getting these numbers. 21. Okay, that does work. Okay. Maverick, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My brain was like, what are we doing? 1, 2, 3. 4. 6 and come on, our decrease. Boop. Doing something. There's the hole. A rating for dessert. Well, I'm doing well. We have done lots of things today because today I was meant to go stream with Carrot, but family stuff. Not upset, but I was like, I'd already prepped myself to have like a long stream, so I might as well get on and just have a long stream. So we finished our weekly temperature jelly from last week. Like, we stuffed it and sewed it closed. And then we made this week's so far. We did the body and 4 tentacles. And then we made a Bronto Dino Nuggie. And we also sewed together this big giant jellyfish. Everything was done. We just stuffed it and sewed it together. Plus, we made a Thestral Family in Lego. And now we're working on more Dino Nuggies. So normally I do like 4-hour streams, and like the first half is Lego and the second half is something else. Crochet, diamond art, cross stitch, a video game. It's whatever. But this month I've been doing teeny tiny Lego sets, and then the other rest of the stream crochet, because my daughter is having a fundraiser next month for her archery team, and I'm making stuff to donate to the fundraiser. So, you know, it's content, it's whatever. 4. As long as I can count, we're good. Which, you know, it's difficult because counting and crochet don't go together. Well, this is we made the big jellyfish to go in with hers. Plus, week before we made a giant crochet and meatball. So the body of the jellyfish is a big giant meatball with like sauce on it, and then it's got noodle tentacles. And we made a crab cake to donate. So these little dino nuggies will be another one. But welcome in, everyone. I am Book Loving Builder. If you have not been here before, I am fondly called Cozy Chaos because things happen in here, but we don't really know how or it gets started or any of that. But it happens, and we're here for it. 5, 6. I build Lego. I do arts and crafts. I also have added this year a once a month book after dark, where we get together and just talk about books and authors, and there definitely is no rhyme or reason to that. It's very unorganized, and I still have no clue what I'm doing with it. I just go live and then talk about books I like. We're an ad, so I'm gonna... Yeah, like, there's no organization. We vaguely know that we're going to talk about books, but that's about it. I mean, I only barely know what I want to do on a stream at all. Like, we're going to do this, but I don't know beyond that. So decrease, single, decrease, single, 6 single. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you for contributing, Crazy. Oh, where are we on it? We're at 88% today. Sorry, I lost my train of thought and then I was like, huh? What am I doing? Thank you for contributing, Tangled. Single decrease twice. So single. Single. No, you're fine. We went like right to ads. So I was just kind of letting ads do their business and try to figure out. So I know what they're doing. So you gotta like decrease to bring in like the wings and everything. But 4, 5, sorry, 6. Like, right, like, so you gotta decrease to bring the body in, but it's written like that's very like start, stop, start, stop. Because it's like single decrease or decrease, single decrease, and you're like, okay, single, and it's like, nope, now 6 singles, then decrease, then single decrease, like stop, start, stop, start. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like I have to stop and like do the couple stitches and then read it again to make sure that I'm not messing up. And I am a lurker in most people's stream, so don't be afraid to be quiet. In fact, if you have to raid and run, raid and run. I understand. We are very it's very like, you know, I'm very whatever, like talk, don't talk, hang out, whatever. Please don't leave. But we're just very whatever in here. We are just going with the flow, and God knows we'll talk about anything. Okay. And sometimes in this pattern, like the pattern is correct and it stitches out, but the wording, or they're like, and you should have this many stitches. You're like, that's not actually possible to have that many stitches coming down from the row before, but I appreciate what you're doing there. So, decrease times 2. Okay. Then 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like I gotta like count the stitches, and I'm like, that doesn't equal the row before. Like if I count decreases as 2, you know, like that doesn't equal the row before. I can't like get there to there. So like sometimes it's just me staring at the screen going, I don't, if I do this and this, I can get there, but, and it'll still look right, but that is not what, it doesn't make sense. Sometimes there's that. I will make this look right, but what you have written is not possible. Yeah. You're like, we'll get there, but maybe not the way you have it written. Yeah, you're like, but yeah. Like when you're making the Bronto, like the row before you have like 22 or something like that, and then it's like do this, this, and this, and you'll wind up with 16, and you're like, what you said in the description does not match like the number of stitches you said we'll have at the end of the row. And also, those things don't equal the row before. Like I can make it work, but that's not right. Like I will make it work, but that is not correct. How was your stream? Feel free to tell us what you were doing, drop links, all that good stuff. Ah, both loops. One, 2, one loop. 3, 4. Oh, Warned Fungus, thank you for the follow. 5. Well, I'm just saying, you can if you want to. You don't have to. We don't hold people hostage here. You rated in to me. The least I can do is allow you to have a little self-promotion. Oh, I also showed everybody my peen army that I'm making. Do you like my tiny penises? I'm going to a book signing this weekend, so I'm making tiny penises to give to the authors. I'm gonna give them to the authors I meet this weekend. So as I was on Etsy looking for penis crochet patterns, I found some really spectacular ones. One is just like it's like a bookmark. You do a bunch of chains and then there's a tiny little flat penis at the top, which I'm very tempted to go back and get. There's also one where you can pull the tip of the penis up and it holds chapstick. And then there's one that's slightly bigger and it's a tissue holder and you pull the tissues out the penis out the tip of the penis. That's the one I really want to go back and get. It's fantastic. Excuse me, I need to blow my nose, and you pull out your little penis tissue holder. Okay, now we should start increasing again to make the pterodactyl head. We decrease to 8, then single 8. Okay, then we should have increases. Right? Listen, inside we're all 12-year-old little boys who laugh at anything remotely penis. What I really want to find the pattern for is they are like cast iron pans, you know, they have the long handle. It's a handle cover that's a penis. Like it has it's penis shaped. It's your a cast iron pot holder, the handle cover thing. Words. We'll get there. See? You get it. I saw them in a picture once and I was like, oh, I need that. And I, in fact, do need it. Why do I feel like that's not right? Okay, I think I missed a stitch somewhere. Either that or they did it again with the weird counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I must have just like accidentally missed a stitch last time. 13, 14. There we go. That worked. Yeah. Just I could have a whole thing on fourth wall of just not safe for work crochet items. Really, I had no idea there were so many different ways you could use it, but once you start looking for patterns, I guess there are a ton. But not to be outdone, I did find a boob one too. So, I said we could make a stress boob. A stress ball boob. Like we could put poly beads in it and then make it like a stress ball. You know, just squeeze, relax, squeeze. And we could make them different sizes, you know, like A, B, C, D, E. Or is it A, B, C, D, double D, triple C, E, F? We could make giant ones, like pillow-sized boobs. Ooh, I caught the pokey. A Benetta? I think that's how they said that. Okay, so single, decrease, 3 singles, then a decrease, that should put us at 6. Yep. Then a single decrease 3 times. Single. I'm not sure that's gonna work, but my brain is like, math, what's that? Yeah, single decrease 3 more times didn't work. Because that would have been 6 stitches, 7, 10. Yeah. You're putting too many stitches in, my friend. Because that'd be 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Mini manhoods? Is that like a real thing? Like chocolate covered something shaped in the shaped like little weens? 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. That's fantastic. So I grew up in Pennsylvania, and there was a chocolate factory there, like up in the Poconos, and they had molds for everything. Like you could buy boob pops, penis pops. Which now that I'm older, like if they had that same store nowadays, they would want you to have like those things away where people couldn't see them. But I remember growing up, they were just out there mixed out with all the other chocolate. Like nobody cared. Yeah. Uh like they definitely were like some Karen definitely would have been like, I can't believe my baby saw a chocolate penis. You must put that away. But they were definitely just out with the regular chocolate, like nobody said anything, nobody did anything. They were like, yeah, they're there. I think it was the same family. There was a pretzel factory and a chocolate factory, and I think they were owned by the same family. Right? Like, I can't believe my poor baby had to see that. Woman. No. Gotta figure out which side of the stitch this came out of so I can tuck it in. There we go. I loved it. My grandparents would take us, and oh, I love pretzels. We'd get chocolate and pretzels, and it was always delicious. We gotta spread the pterodactyl's legs. Give it a little stitch up. Make sure it's all the way connected. I think the T-Rex is the next one in the patterns. They would have like they had like chocolate covered ants and stuff like that there too, and I was always like, ew, that's so disgusting. Put the child to bed. Tell him it is quiet time. I mean, what? I mean, with the time change, what? You're still 5 hours ahead. It's 8 o'clock. It's late enough. Gotta make more little leggies. Alex, you need to just hide in a bathtub and like soak all the teeny weeny. It's okay then. So do you know they sell kits in which you can make a mold of your own teeny weeny and then make your lady friend a special duplicate of your weenie so when you're not there. Yeah, after you make a mold, you can fill it with silicone and make a copy. Leaving her food, be like, here's some Frenchy fries. So I always make the joke, when any like older, it's not necessarily anything against them. A lot of it is like generational, you know, because that was the thing when they were young or whatever. Um when any like people go, "Oh, you know the way to a man's heart," and everybody's like, "Ha ha, through his stomach. You should cook for your husband or your the guy in your life." I always say through the third and fourth rib. Um, but it is a joke that I've said for a while, and my daughter is in high school, and she was somewhere, and they're like, this kid kept bugging her friend, and she's like, "Do you know the way to a man's heart?" And the kid looks at her and he goes, "Yeah, through his stomach." And she goes, "No, through his third and fourth rib." And he just looked at her. She goes, "Did you also know that when you lift up your arm, there's nothing protecting your heart through your armpit?" And he just looked at her and she was like, "Yeah, I know lots of facts. My mom's weird." And he's like, "I'm just gonna go over here." And she's like, "Yes, that's a good idea." I like dessert. Yeah, good way. She's like, "Do you know that nothing protects your heart through your armpits? So if you just lift up your arm," and the kid was like, "I'm just gonna go over here." She's like, "The dude doesn't know how to take no for an answer." Okay, does it want me to tie off the second leggy before I do it? And then it says, "Never mind, don't do that." Yeah, she's like, "No, it does want me to tie it off." Okay. I'm just waiting for the day I get called up to the school because she done broke some kid's nose or his hand. Because there are several kids that they use, like, I firmly believe there are special needs children. You need extra help in school to learn things because you're not learning them the traditional way, or you don't absorb the information in a traditional sense. I am full on for that. But there is a group of 2 or 3 boys that fall into that category educationally, but also use it in other ways. Like they like to harass girls, and then it's always, "Well, they don't understand. They don't understand." The one kid likes to grope, and then says he didn't realize he shouldn't be doing it, or he didn't mean it that way, or I'm fully waiting for the day I get called to the principal's office because my child done broke somebody's hand. They use the fact that they need help educationally to get away with things. And I believe the school allows them to do it. And there's one thing for not understanding social cues. And you are told, "Okay, that's not appropriate." And then you realize, "Okay, I shouldn't do that again." I don't know. I'm sure there's some gray area that I'm not completely like understanding, but no, it does not. That is why her brother does not go out to school outside the house. We kept having problems with bullies, and the school wasn't really doing anything about it. And finally, we pulled him out, and he goes still technically to public school, but he does it at home on the computer. It's through a company called K-12. So technically, he's still in public school, but he does it at home online. Oh my. We tried that. When you're leaving the classroom, make sure you're not leaving it anywhere near this kid. You're not doing this, you're not doing that, and it didn't seem to matter. This kid always found him, and then the school was like, "Let's have mediation between the two of them." Okay, but what are you gonna do about the fact that he's doing stuff? Well, he does stuff back. Yeah, back is the key word. Back. Like, it's self-defense at that point. Like, if somebody does something to you, what is he supposed to, like, never do anything back? Like, at some point, if you guys aren't stepping in, what should he do? Like, nothing forever? But yeah, we tried all different things, and it was always, well, he shouldn't do anything back. He should come tell somebody. Okay, but he's been doing that, and you guys haven't been doing anything, so. Like, my child's no saint, don't get me wrong. But he is also the type to use his hands last, like after he's tried everything else. Yeah, I mean, they've always been told that you can't start the fight, but you can finish it. Like, if you've gone and told the teacher you've tried to stay away, you've done everything you can, well, then, sometimes people gotta learn. Okay, we gotta turn this thingy right side out. I tell you what, it's hard to turn these sometimes because they're so, like, tiny and compact. Well, that didn't really. Well, I guess it did work. Haha. Just maybe not the way I intended it to work. It did work, though. Then we just give it a little mushy mush and the hole will disappear. There we go. Okay, tuck that back in there. Okay, let's see. We did that. Okay, so then it says, because we should have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. 4 on the tail. Okay, 4 on the tail. Then add a leg. Okay, I made 2 legs when I only needed to make 1. We'll save that leg hopefully for a different dino. Whoops. You know, we a little Gen X in our house. I firmly believe that you should tell a teacher, get help, whatever. But sometimes all that doesn't amount to anything. And in that case, sometimes the only time a bully, the only thing that's going to get a bully's attention that you want them to stop and that you're done is they want to throw hands, let's throw hands. Make a green dino and then just give it like one prosthetic. A peg leg dino. Welcome in, Obtuse. I hope you've been doing well. Okay. Now we add a leggy. Come on, unclip. Now it looks like a wiener. We're back to the weens. Seriously, if we put both legs on there and just did it like this, it'd be testicles. Be a tiny ween. A tiny Franken beans. We could put both of them on there to be a tiny Franken beans. Okay, it's a single crochet 3, then decrease, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Get back. Fight with the yarn. Sometimes it doesn't want to let me. There we go. Okay. We did that one. Decrease 2. I hate when decreases are the first stitch because then it's hard to do the stitch marker. I have some like dino green yarn. We could totally do a peg leg dino to be inclusive. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I wear a type of prosthetic. Um, I wear an exoskeleton prosthetic and IDEO brace on my leg. Not in the house, unless I'm gonna be like like holidays when you're like standing and cooking and all that. I do wear it in the house, but I mostly wear it out, like when we're out walking around doing things or like grocery shopping and whatnot. But I do wear a prosthetic on my leg. That feels like not the right hole. There we go. I used to have a prosthetic in my left ear, but my oh really? I had titanium screws, pins, plates, the whole 9 yards in my leg, and my body rejected them. Um, they went in January, and I didn't walk without crutches till April, and then I got pregnant with my daughter, and I had her, and by August the following year, I was like, something is not right. Like, basically, instead of walking, with your leg like this, it was like turned out, and I was basically like dragging it behind me. And so they did scans and everything, and they couldn't see anything really on the scans to tell them what was wrong. So they said, we're just going to have to go in and do exploratory surgery. And I was like, okay. And so they went in and they said they cut and, they peel everything back, and they couldn't see anything. My body had attacked the titanium in my leg. So they had to scrape like a whole bunch of stuff off to get all the metal and stuff back out, because my body was like, no thanks. So I'm that like very, very tiny percentage of people who are allergic to titanium. Yeah. It was not, my body did not like it at all. So they took all the pins and plates and everything out, and then I basically had to learn to walk again without any of that stuff in there. And then I just complained that it hurt forever, and they're like, we don't know why it hurts. Oh, well, lots of reasons. But finally, we were stationed in Virginia, and my husband had broke his ankle playing basketball. Well, I guess he didn't really like break it. He broke like a piece of the ankle bone, but not like the whole bone, and tore 2 ligaments. And he went to see like the surgeon at Walter Reed for ankles, and he saw me like limping and stuff, and he asked, and I told him what happened, and he's like, let's run some scans. So they did some scans, and they talked about doing clubfoot, which is like they go in and they shave a little bit off the end of the foot bone and a little bit off the top of like the bottom of your leg bone, and then they screw them together so that when the bone heals, it fuses together into basically one bone. But the original surgery I had and the subsequent second surgery I had were like this far apart from the surgery they would need to do that. And so it would kill like all the tissue in between, or had the possibility of killing it all. So they would have had to go in down the side of my leg where there's lots of tiny nerves and ligaments and stuff that you could really mess it up. So he's like, nope, I'm going to give you the mother of all braces. And that's what I got. Is the mother of all braces, is what they call it. It's a Ideo exoskeleton brace. I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. It is a process to make them though. There's one guy at Walter Reed, and he basically makes them by hand. So, oh, I did one too many. So what they do is they wrap basically saran wrap around your leg. Let me finish this row before I mess myself up. Okay, something's not right because I should have 11. Did I miss a stitch in here with doing this big one? I think I might have. I did. That's what I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the process of trying to do this big old stitch, I messed up and did it in like 2 stitches, really. Yep, there we go. That worked that time. Oh no, that's... I see what I did. Never mind. I did 2 stitches there instead of 1. In fact, I think I need to make it a little bit bigger if that's what they want. Otherwise, his arm doesn't look right. There's like 2 or 3 different ways to do this bubble stitch. And I thought they wanted 2 hands because that's what it kind of looks like in the picture, but the stitch count then doesn't make sense. Like, unless they wanted 2 in that same space, but they don't say that either, so we'll just go with the 1 big bubble since he only has 1 leg. There we go. Streaking time! Congrats on the streaking! So yeah, they essentially wrap your leg in like saran wrap. And he ran this like special tube down the front. And then they cast your leg like you're gonna get a cast. You know, like a regular you broke your leg cast. And then they wait for that to dry. And they take this special like tool because it fits right in the groove of that tubing they put. And they cut the cast off. And so it leaves it like a shell. And then from that shell, they make what they call a Cinderella brace. It's like clear plastic. And you come back in like a month or so and you try that on. And you make sure that it's like angled to your, you know, like the slope of your toes and like the way that everything's perfect. And from that, they make you a brace from carbon fiber. So essentially, my brace covers my foot, and it's got like these little leaf things that help with your ankle. And then there's a steel bar that runs from here to just behind my knee, and there's like this. It's got strings on either side and a knob to tighten and loosen it, and it like cups right here in front of your knee. So like you can pull it open so that you can slide your leg down in. And then you just turn the knob and those pieces of rope like pull the brace front back tight. And then there's a like a Velcro strap that goes around my ankle to keep my foot like back in position. But yeah, I looked up how much they would cost if you didn't have insurance, and it's $10,000. And so it's custom fit to my foot, and they put like underneath while the cast was like healing, they put like a wedge underneath because they wanted I really like crush fractured my leg. So the metatarsal ball on this side, because I'm flat footed, my heel goes out when I walk. And so I pinch the nerves and stuff that run down this side of my foot. So they put like a little wedge so that it elevated like this side of my foot a little bit so that it keeps that pocket open. Like, so I don't pinch the nerves and stuff. So, like, nobody else could wear it. And as the guy was making it, he's like, I don't think I've made one this small before. Because you can't tell in the chair, but I am not even 5 foot tall. I am fun sized. I'm fun sized. So I wear a size 4 in like little kids' shoes. And so he's like, I don't think I've ever made one this small. And I was like, that thing looks giant to me. And he's like, yeah, but it's not like compared to like other ones I've made. Nope, not bite size, fun size. Whenever, you make the joke, I'm fragile, because, I'm a girl. My husband always goes, you're fragile, like nitroglycerin. Delicate like a bomb. Okay, I think I got 11 stitches, but somewhere in there I lost count. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, I did my 11 stitches. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they've definitely come a long way. And I was doing Instacart. Yeah, one's for the bomb shelter. I always tell people, the best things come in tiny packages, like bombs. Two decreases. Come on. And then 3 singles. 1, 2. Yep, there are the right amount of stitches. Our dino is shaping up. It no longer looks like just Franken beans. Okay, 3 singles again. Increase 4. Ow. And that's okay. Single 2. Now we're making the dino's head. Okay. So there's that trend going around like, what did you look like, Mom, Dad, what did you look like in the 90s, or what were you up to in the 90s? And like a lot of like rock metal artists, whatever, have been like taking part. So like it was like the lead singer from Seether, what he looked like in the 90s, and it was like a compilation, you know, like all through the 90s. Kevin Bacon did it. That I saw. There's a lot of people who've done it. I just haven't seen like all of them, but they have been pretty cool to look at. And then 4. Yep, okay. Let go. How did the ad? Oh, I was like, how did the ads get all wonky? But no, I started on the half. Frozen's not the only one who lets it go. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, this row. Okay. Then 2 rows of 17 around. I was like, why are the ads starting on the half hour? I always start on the hour, but no, today I did start at 9:30. That's how they're doing it on the half hour. 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where are we stuck here? What is this yarn is trying to like vomit its insides. There we go. I knew that was gonna have to happen eventually. We got a knot. All stuck. Okay, that was 1 row of 17. Oh, check quick. Make sure I don't have any random messages from Child wanting to go to the store after practice. Come on, keyboard. Sorry, there's like a million messages. Let me just get rid of most of them. Welcome back, guys. Sorry, I was just making sure there were no important post-school child texts. She's got archery after school, but that doesn't mean she doesn't message me things. Okay, now decrease 8 times. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a single crochet. Then 4 and a single crochet. Okay. So I don't normally stream on Wednesdays, but I will be back tomorrow because Thursday is a mess for me. So it better to stream tomorrow. I'm shooting for 10 because I should be home from her appointment. If not, it'll be just a couple minutes after 10. I'm going to have pretty much everything set up. I'll just need to like press the go live button. And we'll finish whatever dinos we don't get done today tomorrow, and we'll work on the tentacle with today's temp. We'll add it to the jellyfish pile. Come on, slide underneath that. There we go. Gotta make sure the dino is connected. Must connect the frankenbeans. And I will take a picture of all the items we finished this month before I take them to the coach to add to the, stuff. So that way you can see all the stuff you guys have helped decide what to work on. So now we have a T-Rex. Next on the thing is a stego. We got to make 3 spikes. And of course the spikes aren't like this. So that one is still not being used, but that's okay. Sorry, I'm just closing some of the stuff that I had open that I don't need open anymore. What is your problem, computer? I jumped to the present. You did not jump to the present, you silly Knigget. There we go. Oh, I got another message on Twitch. What's that for? Oh. Because whoever somebody raided into is playing Dead for Daylight. And now they're like, you are eligible for gifts. I don't play Dead for Daylight. But I appreciate what you're doing. Okay, stego. We need to make 3 spikes. I'll be honest, when me, Carrot made this, we both looked at it and was like, as you're putting it together, why does he have 3 legs? And then we were like, oh, those are spikes, not legs. Don't pay attention to us. We don't know what we're doing. We will probably only get the 3 spikes made for the stego. We don't have that much time left. But let's see, single increase. I have a teeny tiny plant Lego to do tomorrow for us in the beginning. I have thought about adding a Wednesday morning stream to the schedule, like in general, but I couldn't promise that it would be like consistent. So maybe just like a random Wednesday here and there. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like a random Wednesday morning crochet, or not crochet, but craft-esque, doing different crafts. Like I said, I don't think I could be like consistent like every Wednesday, but there's 1 spike. Come on, give me my hook back. There we go. Feel like that. This one, my hook just keeps wanting to get stuck. It's probably because it's such a small, like trying to do such big yarn in a small space. But this is the type of yarn it calls for too, so they mean it to be made with this type. It's not like I chose a different type of yarn. This pattern I also got for free. So if anybody wants it, I can send you that way. There is a regular size, and then these are the giant dino nuggies, so I'd hate to see what the, and to me they're not that giant. So I'd hate to see what like the normal size nuggies look like, and I'm almost tempted to make them just to see what size they turn out. Two spikes. We might have time to do the tail too. These are stitching out faster than I thought. Come on. A gabite. I murder these Pokemon's names so much. Okay, I feel like that's not right. Okay, there we go. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4. My brain's like, don't forget to do 2. Okay, but it's not in that loop. I guess I said the dreaded word, like quiet in a fire station or a hospital, and now this one is like, oh yeah, no, we'll slow you down. Nope, what am I doing? I'm wanting to do a slip stitch, not a whole nother stitch. Okay. Three spikes. Okay. Magic ring. Either that or my fingers are done working. One of the two. Okay. Then 2 more rows of 6. This comes da 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 da. We come undone. Da 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 da. Till the darkness comes. Okay. Tomorrow we will start on the head and body of the stego. And then after that, we'll only have the triceratops left. So we got most of them done today. Oh, come on. See if I can use this instead. It might not just slide through as easy. There we go. Got the rubber, gives it something to grip onto instead of it just sliding through the holes. Beedo, Beedo. You're a traffic cone. I don't think that's your job. Well, I mean, you are picking up trash on the side of the road today. Are you a traffic cone because of an accident? So we have a tail and 3 spikies. And a peg leg for a green dino. Or will the Triceratops use them? Is this 8? Oh, because of your shirt? I didn't even think about your shirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, the Triceratops will use this. Oh, because I didn't even think about your bright orange shirt. He's a traffic cone. He's a traffic cone. Get that man some face paint. just straight up neon orange. Just he won't even need a costume this Halloween. He can just be a traffic cone. He has it in the long sleeves too, so he can be like extra bright. Okay. Let us see who is on. I don't Did we do somebody new? I think we did somebody new Tuesday? No, Sunday. Tuesday? We did do somebody new Sunday because I remember talking with them about the game. So, let us find. We can go into Neothermic then. I haven't rated them in a while. True. I don't know if they're getting ready to be done. I was going to raid into them, but I think she's getting ready to raid out. So, never mind. Well, let me ask. Let me ask. Thank you for the I'm here crazy. Okay, she's getting ready to raid out. I thought she might be because it looked like her finishing setup. But I figured I would double check. Let me give Warren Fungus a follow back. I know, but I'm going to stream tomorrow, so there's time. And MT Elite. Sorry. I'm just following people back who followed me real quick. Because we can have, follow, 5,000 people. I have a long time before I have to worry about, having to unfollow people because they're not streamers. Let us see who else is on. Yeah, Alex will only give up all her points in Carrot Stream for the murder ducky, but no points in here. No points in here. Unless I promise to go visit her and then she'll give up her points. Mams is back to yelling at the door at me. Let me in! Let me in! Okay, let me click stream ending and we'll find somebody to raid into. I was trying to see, but I feel like the sidebar for me doesn't always update. So like it's hard to tell who's truly all on. Tangled is on. We'll go get them. But like they literally just got on. So like it says they've been live for like a minute. But still. Yeah. A shout out to Tangled. Oh, if I can type. And then a rady thing to Tangled. So keep in mind, as we raid in, she may not be, like, up yet. So maybe we'll give them a minute or so before I hit the like, raid thing. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. I hope you enjoyed our stream. We will be back tomorrow. Like I said, I'm shooting for, like, 10 o'clock my time, which is 10 Central. Because I should be. But, thank you. Thank everybody for hanging out. Thank you to the follows and from Warned Fungus. And let me up my thing so I can read everybody. From Warned Fungus and MT followed me like 2 days ago. MT Elite. And then the Brick Spod and Maverick for the raids today. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. I don't know why. It does it when I try to move it from like one monitor to the other. It wants to move the like design. I don't know why it does it. But yes, thank you to everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, which I know is not a normal day. So I understand people are going to have streamers they normally watch, you know? So I understand that. You have your like people you watch at certain times. And I know I'm not typically on a Wednesday, so I'm prepared. But we'll be finishing up our Dino Nuggies. We have the Stego and whatever the other one I said was. Remind you to put out the bins tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to make a little note. I'll make a note right here. Remind Alex about bins. And I put all the little asterisks around it so that I will remember. Listen, you remind me of all kinds of things. I can remind you about one thing. I figured if you tell me to remind you, I can write it down and remind you. My bins go out tomorrow too, but that's the boy's job. It's even on his chore chart. Okay, she's been live almost 5 minutes, so I'm going to click the raid now. Plus, it'll give us, you know, it takes time for the raid to like wander, you know, wind down. But, thank you so much. I won't be on Thursday like normal, but I will be back on Sunday like normal. Next week is going to be weird too. I'm going to be on Monday during the day and then Monday at night for Book After Dark. And then I'll be back Tuesday at normal time. But I will update the schedule and everything in both Discord and when I make the schedule for the week that I post in Discord. I will have all the info up there. But I appreciate you guys so much. I know when you go on a raid from who you were watching to a new person, it's a gamble. Like, do I want to stay? Is this person like somebody I'm interested in? So I appreciate it if you guys hung around, whether it was just to lurk or if you stayed and talked. I appreciate it. But yes. If you are a streamer, let me know. I will give you the shouties, or Alex will give you the shouties. But I'll try to follow you and check you out. I appreciate you all so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.